We're not gonna get a couple of people. We're not gonna get like a couple factions of people are here today. People aren't gonna want to be in this one today. Yeah. I don't look like I'm talking about no celebrities today. So let me go and just descending layer up in hair. I have been well. Hopefully you too have been, and I am glad you are here for this discussion. I am glad the energy needs to be right in this discussion. So before we get it going, we're gonna let the few that are gonna file in. Let me put you up on a little ism. It's not personal. I got it from a brother who, frankly, made his money playing basketball. And I know that a lot of athletes are looked down upon because they are not active in their communities and they do not give back and do things. But then there are some gems out there that I don't think are saluted in the way that they need to be. Is saluted a word? Saluted? Saluted in the way they need to be saluted. Now I'm gonna salute this brother. First, I'm gonna play the clip. And hopefully the audio is good. Narmer X, peace and love. Boy, y'all filing in early today. I appreciate that. See, like I said, my numbers don't have to be off the charts. I just got to have the right people in this motherfucker. And I got the right layer, free, Narmer, checked in early. I'm here. So we about to get into some Freedman. We got to get into some FBA. We about to get into reparationist talk. We about to get into some things, but we gonna talk about something else after we listen to this clip. But it all ties into our redress. It all ties in to the greatest detriment this soil has ever known. One second. All right, let me go and stop this and hit this.
They're so trained and they're so embedded to have that Eurocentric mindset that worry about myself, worry about me, worry about mine. I'm not going to help nobody else who look like me build up when everybody else do it but us. I got Paul George sitting right here. I got DeMar DeRozan sitting right here. I got Russell Westbrook sitting right here. I'm literally sitting next to all of these dudes who are LA guys. I'm like, bro, I'm not counting your chips, but everybody else is. So you make 200, you make 200, you make 175, you make 150, you make 180. Why don't y'all have your own gym? Why we gotta go to UCLA to work out in LA every time? What bank gonna turn us down? We about to build this whole shit out for our community. We got the money. We don't have the mindset.
Mama Doris, how you doing? Welcome aboard. You are one of my anonymous Facebook users today. Well, I say you are the first anonymous Facebook user today. There may be more than one, but you are one of them. I'm not gonna act like I got a whole lot of anonymous Facebook users. I don't have a whole lot of viewers. Well, we did have a lot of views last time. I don't know why the other video stream was just so populated that day. Maybe because I was talking about the war and all that. You talk about all the shit that has nothing to do with us, you can get a lot of views. But when it has to do with us, about 6 people will show up. So anyways, so that was J.R. Smith, I believe is his name. JJ or J.R. Smith. And he was talking about the mindset, and this is just of his colleagues, of these young men that he's sitting around, and he says they have to go out to UCLA to work out, to get a game, Nice courts, nice atmosphere. They're safe, I'm sure, because NBA players just can't go to the street no more. They can't go to the hood, play on the street courts, like the old days. They have to be in a more secured environment and whatnot. So he was sitting around talking to them and saying, like, why couldn't they have their own gym? And when he was naming those numbers, 180, 200, he wasn't talking about 100,000. One guy had $200 million contract. The one guy had $200 million contract. One man. So you had probably $1 billion in that room, pre-taxed. I get it. But you had about $1 billion in that room, but they go pay to go into UCLA to play basketball. They go pay the gym because to get in those gyms, you got to pay. You're either going to have a yearly membership, a monthly membership, or you pay each time to get in. So they probably pay for the year. They can ball out. They can pay for the whole year. No matter how many times they go, they can pay for the whole year. Family membership, they can get the whole benefits. Parking pass, all that. I've had that at the Y, Wasn't like I was balling, but I just thought it was most economical to get the pass, the parking. When I don't want to not be able to park if I'm coming here to work out. It was already a challenge enough for me to come bring my fat ass up here to work out. Now, if I can't find a motherfucking parking space, I'm getting back in the car and I'm going to get something to eat. So I would get the membership, the parking pass, and all that shit, right? So that's probably what they do at UCLA. But why are they paying to do all that when they can have their own gym? The mindset. Okay. That's where our problem is as a collective. We have individuals whose mindsets might be right. We have pockets of people whose mindsets might be right. But as a collective, we don't all think as a unit. And this has nothing to do with agreeing with one another. And I'm not going to bring out a lot of that stuff, all those disclaimers. I should have intelligent motherfuckers up in here today. So I'm not going to be breaking all this down. This is not the one-on-one talk. This is if you have gotten past the one-on-one talk of Freedman Media. I'm not one-on-one saying that I'm smarter than this, that, and the other, but just I shouldn't have to put a whole lot of disclaimers out based on the way I talk. Excuse me. Okay? I don't know why it's swinging around. It does that time to time. Anyways. If we don't have a business mindset, we can't be upset at someone else who comes in with the business mindset. Okay. And with that being said, somebody that comes in with an idea before you come in with your idea, did they have idea, resources, everything lined up? Or did you just not attempt to have your stuff lined up? Because there's a difference between that and then just being systemically shut out. I mean, I understand systemic racism, but there's also systemic behavior when we don't go get shit that is just naturally ours. And I think a lot of times we bypass business opportunities just because we don't think we can get it. We don't think we can do it. A lot of excuse me. And like, he was saying, buildings and things like that. I mean, you can go buy a building, gut that motherfucker, turn it into gyms and this, that, and the other. Or you can go find a school. Hell, you might be able to go find a small college campus that's been closed. If you've got that much capital, why in the hell would you be going to pay somebody to play basketball in their gymnasium versus going to have the gymnasium at your house? You heard about like Kobe, Michael Jordan, a lot of those players that played at that level, they had real courts in their house, not just courts for show, not just courts for MTV cribs. They had like the real game courts in their house. Same people that designed the courts at their places where they played, designed the courts at their house. Same shock system, everything. That floor hit the same way when they would hit the floor. And then you see how they were. They were hard workers. They were great athletes no matter what. But look at how that's what their office is. The basketball court was their office. So what did they do? In their own home, they put their office. That's their home office. Basketball court was Michael Jordan's home office. basketball court was Kobe Bryant's home office. Now, I know there's been a few other players that have put courts in their houses and stuff like that. And like I said, I think a lot of times it's just for show. Those are the houses that Kobe raised his kids in and Michael Jordan raised his kids in. They didn't flop around in different houses. That was the house. This is where he got it in. When he wanted to get away from everything, just go down there and shoot. That was it. Yep. I've noticed that other nationalities will build things for their native people and straight up be like, yeah, I'm building this, for my people to come work in too. They ain't trying to bring in no black people. Now, they always do the black and brown, and Latinos are usually in that. Latinos, Hispanics, Mexicans, Puerto Ricans, whoever classifies under Latinos, Dominicans, they build and get money from the government to build and take the shit back to their country. How you gonna give somebody some money here and let him take it back to his country and build up his country? Ain't he supposed to be building up America? He's making American dollars. How you gonna let him take his American dollars and send them back over to where? No, convert that shit down to what their money is worth over there. This is where we can stop a whole lot of bullshit. We can stop a whole lot of bullshit where we stop letting motherfuckers take money from here and send it back home and enrich themselves back home with American dollars. No, convert that shit back to what it is. Convert them dollars to rubles or whatever the fuck they've got going that way over here. Yen, pesos, whatever the fuck. And let them do that way. Don't let them bubble off of American dollars. I know they say the American dollar ain't worth shit, but it must be worth something. Because a lot of American motherfuckers go other places and make money. Appreciate you, brother. Emmanuel, Tony D. We have to be in the frame of mind of business. And I didn't touch all the way to where I wanted to get to last night on Brian Flores. But the reason I'm fucking with Brian Flores, because Brian Flores is not fighting the NFL just for more black head coaches. Brian Flores is fighting for executive level positions and ownership for black people. Now, I know he's thrown out there people of color a couple of times because he's got to do that. To make his shit stick, he's got to throw in that. But Brian Flores is not suing the NFL as a person of color. He is suing the NFL as a black head coach who was wrongfully fired. Now, a black assistant coach who was hired by a freedman, Mike Tomlin. Shout out to that brother. Off topic. Okay, here you go. Have you heard anything about black folks in the Ukraine not being able to leave? So, yes, I have. I heard that there were some black people that were literally like on trains and shit or somewhere, and they like tossed them off in favor of putting Ukrainians on the trains. I'm pretty sure it was a train. It wasn't a bus. Thought it was some type of train, some type of railroad situation, and they put the black folks off. I did hear this. You know how I am about going off topics nowadays, but I will take this question because, yes, I did hear that. I don't know the severity of it, if this was a family, if this was a bunch of them on there, who knows? But yes, black people in Ukraine are being slighted. White supremacy is against black people in Ukraine, from what I've heard. Right now, that's what I've heard. I haven't gotten a solid news frame on it yet. Okay. But I've heard him. I've watched Brian Flores because I wanted to see if he had a little shake, rattle, and roll in his game. But he has said black head coach every time, black coaches. Then he'll say, people of color, this, that, and the other. But when he's talking about the detriment, when he's talking about the deceit that the NFL has shown towards black head coaches, he's speaking on that table right there. Now he could get all the way up to the front and flip his shit around, then he'll lose all of his allegiance, just like Colin. Everybody thought Colin was going to be ride or die. But once the camera started hitting Colin and paparazzi and everything, Colin went another way. I still think he's down for the cause. I just don't think he's down for the cause the same way. Oh, absolutely. I have no problem. I have no problem with talking about that because, like I said, we catch hell everywhere. And that's what this motherfucking cast is about. Whether y'all believe it or not, I know I ain't got to the topic. I don't even know how long I've been on here. But we going to hit the topic now. We're going to segue right into the topic. And the topic is, what drinking fountain did your grandma and grandpa use? Now, I'm 52. So my grandma and grandpa were born in the 20s. 20s. Had one grandma who was born in the teens. And I had one great grandma who was born early 1900s. And I had another great grandma who was born in the 1800s that I met. I'm only speaking on grandmas that I met. Met all the grandmas, only met one grandfather in my life. My mother's father. No, I'm sorry, I'm lying. My father's father, excuse me. My mother's father was dead before I was born. Okay. So being born in the 20s, in the 10s, and the 5s, and 1800s, where do you think my grandmother and my grandfathers drank from? What fountain do you think they drank from? We did not sell this. This was a promotional item. We had gear and everything ready. I had coffee mugs. I really wanted people to put the coffee mug up on their video. I had that all planned, and we just went a whole nother direction with it. So it just kind of became like a staple for my hat and hashtag. You look under that straight game hashtag. There's a lot of stuff on social media under that straight game hashtag. I'm deep on the social media streets with the straight game. Look there and Hustle Chronicle. That's all me. People don't understand. I've been around here. I've been here for years. So I saw the comment in the chat. Now I'm trying to be better about the chat and shit, because the chat means a lot. I try to stay engaged with the chat. But yeah, I always want to know, like, the drinking fountain that someone else's grandmother and grandfather were able to drink at, if it was different than the one that my grandmother and grandfather had to drink at, then I need to know who you are. Because I know that drinking fountain said white and colored. White and colored. I've never seen a drinking fountain say Asian or back then Oriental. I've never seen a drinking fountain that said Rickens or Puerto Ricans or Mexicans. I've only ever seen a drinking fountain labeled colored and white. I really ain't selling that, man. I'm not a marketing guru like Tariq. Tariq, he markets everything the way he justifiably should. But, I don't really sell the stuff, like I got, no, this is actually a gift under me. I got like other stuff that I wear. I just never sold the stuff. It was really just because I don't wear other label. Like I don't wear brands. I would wear my own, rather have my own brand. I would rather have my own label on me and shit. If I'm gonna wear somebody's brand, why would I wear Nike? Why wouldn't I just wear me? You know what I mean? I ain't gonna put Shannon on. Ain't nobody trying to buy it for Shannon, but like straight game. Why, awesome meds. Why wouldn't I want to buy, that? So yeah. You can make some good bucks. I probably could. I probably could and probably should. And, if I get somebody to handle that part, I just got a lot of shit going on, man. It's really tough to do all that. Mine drank alcohol from colored, but the elders could drink from white. Wow. Okay, so if you got to a certain age, and this is Mama Doris, this is elders speaking on her elders. So you had some elders who were born in the 1800s as well. So once we got to a certain age, they allowed us to drink from the white fountain. I wonder how they justified that. Like, did you have to be over 60 or over 70? How did you get a chance to get water from the white fountain? Like, what year did they cut you off, from the niggas only? Because that's really what it was. It was niggas only. They put colored on there because nigga became, a word that they only said in private or, at protest or when we were trying to go to school or when we were trying to go to work or just walking down the street, just kind of became that type of word. Anyways, I wonder how old you had to be to get to that fountain. Just wonder. Just wondering. Most definitely. Thanks for throwing that in the chat. Free. Cargo420.com. Hit the Washtenaw link. You in Washtenaw County, Western Wayne County. We got you. We got you. Let's do that. That tells me a lot about an individual when they can tell me what drinking fountain they grandma or grandpa drank from. Because I know what type of a struggle they had. So, Shannon, when you say every state was different with that, I've learned that California was a little off the chain at one time with racism, and they don't really get that type of heat. Usually the heat comes from the southern states. But wasn't California like off the chain with racism at one time? Was there colored only stuff in the state of California? Because I just recently started hearing some stuff about that. And I was like, I want to do some reading on that. But if I'm going to do some reading, I might as well just ask somebody who already knows, who already done did the reading, who just knows shit. So I'm going to ask Shanna. But I heard that California had its own fucked upness back in the day with the redlining and segregation and all kinds of shit. But they come off as so liberal, like, we're here for everybody, the Rainbow Coalition type shit. But I heard at one time it wasn't like that. I did not know. I had no idea. So, yes, there are laws against Asians, Filipinos dating white girls. God damn. They didn't allow Filipinos to date white girls. What did they think was going to happen, man? When people put these laws in place, what did they think was going to happen? I mean, was everybody just going to combust and shit? If you touch them, you'll blow up. Filipinos couldn't date white girls. Well, they put white girls on some kind of pedestal, didn't they? White people put white girls on a pedestal that is like no other. But then you allowed Jerry Lee Lewis to marry his 13-year-old cousin. Then you allowed Elvis Presley to marry a 14-year-old. Then you allowed fucking, what's the motherfucker's name? It's the old little motherfucker, little hunchback motherfucker, Woody Allen. You allowed him to marry his fucking daughter. Now, I know it was adopted situation and all that, but that's a whole lot of manipulation. That ain't nothing but some child trafficking shit to me. That was child trafficking before child trafficking. Woody Allen's been pimping since pimping's been pimping. He been child trafficking since child trafficking was child trafficking, motherfucker. Married this guy uncalled for. daughter, that's in the world. You pussy and fell in love with your daughter. And ain't nobody ever said nothing really wrong with that. They motherfuckers let Jerry Lee Lewis have a whole motherfucking career. Named Elvis Presley the king of rock and roll. R. Kelly pee on a few people, hold a few people hostage and shit, and whatever. Not saying that was right. I'm just saying. My family was mixed. White grandpa was Irish. We got away with it. I would order food from the counter for my family in 1955. Wow. This still Doris talking? Because Doris, you kind of light anyway. So you probably could pass back then. You probably could pass. You light-skinned it. And if your family was light or lighter than you, oh boy. $19.55. What state was this? What state was this that you were doing this in? Was this Michigan then? You always been in Michigan? So when people want to try to latch on, and this is where we cross the roads. If y'all counting how long it took me, somebody put in the chat if y'all know how many minutes I've been on, how long it took me to get here. This is where we get here. This is where we're gonna start talking about redress. We're gonna start talking about recompense. We're gonna start talking about repair. We're gonna start talking about reparations. Motherfuckers say I should qualify for reparations because my family experienced this. My family experienced that. Okay? I'm never going to doubt anybody's detriment. I'm never going to judge anybody's plight. People have gone through some fucked up shit in this country. And I'm not saying that we're the only faction of people that has gone through fucked up shit. We have gone through the most fucked up shit. And anybody want to argue there? Get in line. Okay. But we've gone through the most fucked up shit on this soil. So with that being said, when people start talking about qualify, who qualifies for reparations? All you gotta ask is, what drinking fountain could your grandma and grandpa drink from? Oh shit. I was not passing. It was you wasn't passing. Okay, so they knew. Okay. So was y'all Creole? Did y'all look, didn't the Creole people get down there? Brother Prime up in the house. Because I don't know, but I'm sure there's probably some tolerable places, but I don't know of any nice places in Mississippi. And when we talk about 1955, I figured you had to be like passing. Okay, so you wasn't passing, then did your family have a type of influence down there? Like any type of political influence down there, Doris? The fuck is that card at? Because to be able to get down there and be down there and live like that, seems like they would have some type of pull. Seems like they have some type of pull. Maybe not. It's amazing to me too, Lair. It's amazing to me. And when we're having to explain why it's old, why we're deserving of recompense, We're generally explaining it to motherfuckers who have benefited off of slavery. It's like, bitch, they owe me and you owe me too. Why the fuck am I even talking to you? That's why I don't debate with no immigrants about nothing. I be goddamn if I argue with a motherfucker who fled a territory. You fled a country. Sorry. You fled a country. You left a whole territory to come over here. Don't talk to me about what I need to do. Please don't talk to me about pulling myself up by my bootstraps. When if it wasn't for my people, you wouldn't have shoes on in this country. You'd have them jail flip-flops that you had on in the detention center. So don't come over here talking that crazy shit. We not buying it. We not buying it. You motherfuckers ran from somewhere. We didn't run. And any of the motherfuckers that be talking about, I'm going back to Africa, you're not going back to Africa, you're going to Africa. You don't know anything about Africa. Stop telling me you're going back to Africa. They had us all believing that shit. We're going back to the motherland. Them motherfuckers don't want us. They running for their life over there now. Africans running from Chinese people in Africa now. Chinese people, Russians, all kinds of people over there. Hindus. African people getting the shit beat out of them. Now they want to show those areas where there's prosperity and everything like that. Okay, you got to have a lot of bread to be over there. You don't have a lot of bread here. You're not going to have a lot of bread over there either. Because they're going to tax the fuck out of you once they find out you're an American. You fucking Akata. Once they find out you're an Akata, they're going to charge you a lot of motherfucker. So run on over to Ghana or wherever the fuck y'all talking about. Run. And I want to buy all y'all shit when y'all leave. I want to buy all y'all shit when y'all leave. So y'all can see me selling it on Facebook Marketplace while y'all be over there in Africa with nothing. With a hut. Dog. What is that about? I seen motherfuckers carrying around little Asian people. They carrying them around. Giving them piggyback rides and shit. Asians are royalty over there in Africa. I don't know what country it was. I'm talking about in the continent of Africa. And I'm not going to get into an argument about what's a continent and what's not. I guess Anna Nicole Jones, she done said some dumb shit. And then Anna Nicole Jones, Hannah Jones, whatever the fuck. She said Europe wasn't a continent. I don't understand that. You supposed to be a literary genius, bitch. You don't know Europe's a continent? But anyways, got it. Whatever. That red hair throws me off anyway. And the fact that her name is Ida B. Wells, but whatever. Ida B. Wells, stupid shit. Everybody get in the bag. Everybody get in the bag. Afghans coming over here. Wait a minute. So this is how people get the bag. Y'all heard of Airbnb. Airbnb. I should have put this in the fucking hashtag. So they bringing motherfuckers over here from other countries and they putting them up in Airbnbs, basically guaranteeing these motherfuckers housing. So somebody fucked with the people from the corporate of Airbnb, and then shit went out to people that had housing where the Afghans were going to be descending. and basically gave those Airbnb hosts preferential treatment to get people in, and the feds are paying these motherfuckers because they're paying Airbnb to put refugees in Airbnbs. That's why you're not going to see a lot of refugees at your leasing office at your apartment complex. You're not even going to see refugees out house shopping. You ain't going to see none of these Afghanis out looking for houses. All this is being taken care of. All this is being taken care of. Why would these motherfuckers go to grocery stores with you fucking peasants? They're coming over here with Instacart cards. Loaded. Loaded. Their Instacart cards are loaded. They're coming over here getting a bag, a bridge card, health insurance. You can get a driver's license within 30 days. They got housing set up already. And you motherfuckers think this shit ain't political? They've already said, if Ukrainians want to get to America, we'll bring them in. What? If a motherfucker can get from the Ukraine to America, he don't need no help. How he getting up out of here? They said if people are fleeing Ukraine and they get to America, America will receive them. Huh? It took y'all 246 years to say that we were good in here. But y'all just welcoming motherfuckers in, just all willy-nilly, have no allegiance to this country. They find 2-3 motherfuckers that speak that shit that they speak. Okay. They'll be like witness protection motherfuckers gone bad. They'll fall out of the program, moving with them other Ukrainians, and bam. Next thing you know, they lost. They in the system. They talk about only like 45,000 Ukrainians in America. 45,000 my ass. Maybe 45,000 with fucking paperwork. There's way over 45,000 Ukrainians in America. You believe that shit? Times that by 10. We can't get on a train, Prime. They kicking us off the trains. You got to go. You got to get up out of here. We got to put these Ukrainians on the train. They trying to get out the paint. No, you get out of here. You go now. Flat out. Okay. Senegal. That's Akon, right? That's Akon. Once again, another motherfucker who's trying to act like, it's so easy, and we need to give up on talking about reparations. Bitch, look at you. Look who you made your money off of. See, this is what I want these African and Caribbean and all these artists, entertainers. I want them to make the money in their country, then come here and start talking shit. Don't make the money off of Americans and then talk about how Americans are lazy because you got the bag and most of the motherfuckers that paid to see you are beneath you financially, so they're not doing as well as you are, but they paid to see your monkey ass. It's so funny how entertainers that are from other countries try to talk down about how black people have it or don't have it over here, but they needed American dollars to get the wealth that they got. They weren't getting wealthy over in the country that they're in Africa or in Jamaica or whatever, the Caribbean territories they're in. If they were getting a bag over there, we'd have never heard about them. We'd have never heard about them. mean, you look at motherfuckers like Billy Ocean. Billy Ocean got big with Caribbean Queen, and then he had a follow-up song, and then he had the song that was on the movie soundtrack. But Billy Ocean was on from one of them damn islands and shit. And Billy Ocean was probably singing in a damn club in one of them resort hotels and shit, or singing on cruise ships and shit. Billy Ocean, before Billy Ocean made it, Billy Ocean was broke as fuck. Until he got with the right production, Billy Ocean was drunk as fuck. I'm drunk. I said drunk. Broke as fuck. He could have been drunk. I don't know if he drank or not. And he was just one of those people that showed no matter how successful you could get, no matter, because he was at the top of the game. He had #1 song. Caribbean Queen was a #1 song. Caribbean Queen was a #1 song. But he still couldn't get his curl right. You notice he went through his whole career and his curl never got right. He never could get that curl right. That curl, man, he had some real strong. He had good hair. See, the hair you can't manipulate. That shit you can't change. That's good hair. When motherfuckers try to say you ain't got good hair because they saying you got kinky hair, your nappy hair, thick hair. No, that's good hair. That's strong hair. That shit you can manipulate and make it do all kinds of dippity doos and shit. That's weak hair. That's diluted. But that shit just like guitar strings before the perm, after the perm. That's good hair. Caribbean Queen, man, I'm trying to tell you. But even with the success of that, the going gets tough, the tough get going. Billy was so hot, nobody even jumped on Billy about doing the moonwalk in the Caribbean Queen video because it really wasn't a good moonwalk, but he did it. He did it because he did it off the height of who? He wouldn't have did the moonwalk hadn't Michael Jackson did the moonwalk. The moonwalk just started coming out. Everybody started trying to do the moonwalk after Michael Jackson did it on Motown 25. We have been seeing the moonwalk for years. When Michael Jackson did it on Motown 25, the world went fucking nuts. Then every R&B singer tried to do the moonwalk in the man, this is what happened. Michael set the world on fire with that shit. We have been watching that shit and breakdancing and all kind of shit. The world on fire when he did that shit. You had to give it up to him. I mean, you know, he knew. He knew. Right moment. And his brothers wanted to be up there. Michael's like, no, I need a solo. To get this done the right way, I need a solo. Freedman gave it up. Immigrant went and ran with it another way. Not saying that's anything wrong with that, but it just lets you know. I'm not saying Billy's not original by doing it, because he was original, because people were trying to do that. They were trying to emulate dance moves, but nobody. He tried the moonwalk. I get it. I totally get it. Nobody really publicly roasted him. There was no social media back then. And frankly, a lot of people thought it was cool. A lot of people thought it was cool. I was probably clowning more, that he did that in the outfit that he was wearing, because he had like a Miami Vice type outfit on back then. And he tried to do the moonwalk. So I was probably clowning him more about that shit versus anything else. But yeah. But the drinking fountain that your grandma and your grandpa could drink from means a lot on this soil. Means a lot. Because if they had to drink from the colored fountain, they went through something that others didn't have to go through. And I have not ever seen another drinking fountain for anybody else. So when Hispanics walked up to the drinking fountains, which ones did they drink from? When Asians walked up to the drinking fountains, which one did they drink from? When American Indians, Native Americans, walked up to a drinking fountain, which one did they drink from? I want to know. Within 2 days, Doug Emhoff, Kamala Emhoff, and Joe Biden have all texted me begging for money. They need to get that bag up for Ukraine. They're like, we a little light. We need some. Can you put some on it? They all done asked for $15. I don't know why the magic number is 15. Oh, you know what? They mocking motherfuckers trying to get $15 an hour. That's what it is. That's a mockery. They mocking y'all $15 an hour. Like, just give us an hour's pay that y'all want, that you're never gonna get. If they were gonna give y'all $15 an hour, the minimum wage wouldn't be $7.25. It'd already be up to like 12. You do know they're not gonna double the minimum wage, right? You guys are aware of that, right? You're aware of that? They're not going to double the minimum wage. Well, I thought the minimum wage is supposed to go up. It's supposed to go up, I think. It's supposed to go up to like, I don't know, like 9 or something like that. I don't know. I haven't really heard. I mean, they know I'm black. I didn't return the text messages before. I done talked to their campaign workers. They know exactly. I told them, y'all can take me out the list. But now I get more calls, more texts. They want this input. So I'm going to give them this input. Understand me? I'm going to give you the input. Here's what it is. They need to give us our due, concern themselves with how they're going to do for others on their level, not bring them into our space. Because every time they come into our space, every time that bitch show up, we lose. Black and brown. Here come Ann Brown. Ann Brown. Black and brown. No, just leave it at black. Stop it at black. Stop it at black. And we're talking about Black Americans, not African Americans, not Africans, not Africans. So got to say the H for the hate. So, Ann Brown is a motherfucker, and I'm trying to tell you, when you got Ann Brown in the game, and anything can happen. Anything can happen. But yeah. So yeah, man, I'm tripping. I'm like, well, if people want to pop shit and talk about that they are owed something, I've got to find a simple way to kind of knock some people out of the box early. Never, never. I've been looking for that bitch. Where's she at? Hey, Ann Brown is tearing us some shit. Ann Black need to come around the corner. Ann Brown and Ann Black need to have a motherfucking meeting like Barbara and Shirley. Ann Brown, hi, I'm Ann Brown, I'm Ann Black. That's what needs to happen. I'm Ann too. I'm brown, I'm black. I never heard nobody say brown and black people. No, it's always us saying black and brown people. Or it's them because they're trying to hone in on some shit. And they say black and brown people because they know it was meant for black people, but we're trying to slide in. So we're going to bring in the bitch and brown. Where is Ann Black? She missed a flight? You mean on their Hispanic site, it don't say Hispanic people and black people? It don't say for all people. It say for Hispanics. This shit is for Hispanics. Hispanics ain't on no all lives matter shit. The Hispanic Congressional Caucus site is for Hispanics. Anybody else that comes to read, it's purely for entertainment purposes only. It's not for you. It's for them. It's for their education. It's their education.
Yo, peace,
What's
family.
going on, brother?
Freedman on deck.
I didn't wake you up, did I?
Not at all, not at all. It was a crazy night last night, but yeah, I'm wide awoke.
You wide awoke today?
Yeah, I'm beyond woke. I'm activated. We activated. Freedman on deck.
What's going on in NYC, man?
Oh man, everything, everything. Um, I was a part of this. Well, we working on disaggregating the data for the black people and freedmen.
Okay.
So we're trying to like get that on the New York census,
Okay.
so we can separate ourselves from quote unquote blackness. If you're familiar, or if not, there's like some Asians. They're like disaggregating from. They're basically being specific to all the other Asian communities. You know, Japanese, Chinese, Korean. Like there was a disaggregation of that, and they're working on that. So that's what we're trying to do. So the precedent is set. You see what I'm saying?
I got you. I got you.
So that's what we're
So
doing. We also did a February 21st was the day that Malcolm X was assassinated. So we did an event. This was our second annual event. Some organizers and myself, mainly Tanisha Grant. She does the laptop initiative for the youth,
Okay.
the black people, mainly in Harlem or just all over New York City. She's very active. Her, Hawk Newsom, myself, his sister Shavonna Newsom, they're part of Black Lives Matter Greater New York, the Unified Black Caucus, another group I'm a part of, the Uptown Revolutionaries. Yeah, we all made speeches. We spoke about Malcolm, and I had to include the freedmen in there. When I got the freedmen in there activated, people is really like they're very receptive to it. You know what I mean? They appreciated the speech, and even them, the people in the streets that we talk to, they know who I'm talking about.
Right.
There's no confusion, and they respect it.
Right.
So
I believe that more people are going to just come to the table and they're not going to. I mean, I don't need an apology. I don't need any type of, you were right, this, that, and the other. I just need people to understand if we're anything on this soil, if our lineage speaks of it, proof of 1870 and before, or 1870-ish, I guess, that we were here, we're freedmen.
yeah,
We're freedmen.
absolutely,
Hold on 1 second, bro.
Hey,
absolutely. We have a very unique
good. I'm actually
and
live right now. What's popping? I'll be around here if you're going to come by. Word. Sounds good. All right, bye-bye.
Uh-oh.
So,
That sounded like a little wifey on the phone.
no, actually somebody that
Like, yo,
needs
so
to.
you put on a smooth voice. Like, yo, you coming through? What's going on?
No, just because I fucked up and didn't hit the mute button, so I didn't want to be all rambunctious.
Okay.
And it sounded like she might have been in a setting where she might have had me on speakerphone and she knows better, but I'm not sure. Hold on 1 second. Your call has been forwarded to an automated voice calling right now, and I'm getting it too.
Okay.
I'm going to send a text.
All right.
So yeah, this is funny. I'm trying to get this done. Um, well, speaking on specificity, I mean, I looked at this topic today, Prime, because I see that we're getting further and further away from us, not us as freedmen, but they're figuring out different ways to include people into this whole pie, and we're getting squeezed. And people are coming in and they're getting a bigger slice because you're getting resources. Your slice is going to be bigger. So our slice is getting smaller, even though we're really not losing people. I mean, we are, but we aren't. Um, so I'm against obviously the Democratic Party right now for the reasons of the lies. They've lied to us. They have basically ignored us. Um, so you can't trust them anymore. I mean, a Democratic politician right now is going to tell me the same story pretty much in every state.
Yep.
And even when they do tell me something that sounds like I want to hear it, they go behind my back and they twist it back to where it gets all middle of the roadish.
Mm-hmm.
Our
Right.
Congressional Black Caucus advocates for Latinos more than it advocates for Black people.
Facts.
It advocates for Asians more than it advocates for Black people.
Facts.
It
Advocates
advocates
for.
for Pacific Islanders more than it advocates for Black people.
Yup. Immigrants.
Hadn't even gotten to that scale yet.
Mm-hmm.
I was talking based on the people that are supposed to be here. Now we want to start talking to people that washed up. The folks that washed up on the shores, and they go with those people and offer resources to those people and don't even offer them to their own freedman family.
Yep.
How do you go give somebody else a shirt when your freedman brother's been over here without a shirt for years?
Right.
And if you give him a shirt with your influence, you give him a shirt, he can go on and really live out here. You give this other person a shirt that has no allegiance to you, they're going to go back and we're going to wear that shirt long enough for them to buy their shirt, and then they're going to go buy some shirts for people back home. And the money they send back home, they can buy 10 shirts.
That's a
You
fact.
know, some motherfuckers don't send money to people here. They send money back home
Exactly.
so they can get enough money so they can flee.
Mm-hmm.
They don't send the money back home so they can stay there. They send the money so they can flee and they can come over here.
Right. Right. Right.
I'm not trying to strengthen their infrastructure over there. They're trying to strengthen their infrastructure over there. They'd stay over there.
Yeah.
If you want to strengthen your infrastructure of the country you're from, you don't leave it. You don't run.
And the ones who do strengthen their infrastructure over there, they built the money and the wealth or whatever, the income over here. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah,
They're
absolutely.
gonna do that over there and built it from the ground up. They did it over here under the guise of blackness to elevate their own personal agenda or their own group of people in whether it be Jamaica, Nigeria, Ghana, wherever, Haiti, whatever you want to call it. So yeah, I completely agree. So who?
If,
Go ahead. I'm
if
listening.
they allow immigrants to or illegals to vote in your local election, is that going to discount Black people?
Absolutely.
There's that many
Absolutely.
immigrants in New York?
Absolutely.
Jesus.
That was part of the plan, and hold on, let me see if I can find that person's name. New York District 35. Trying to see what was her name. The person before her, I think her name. I think her name was Lori Cumbo.
Okay.
She actually spoke against it during the December 9th thing. She was actually advocating for us, as far as I can tell, and she said that if we allow non-citizens to vote in the municipal voting or the local elections, what is that going to do to the political power of the actual black citizens who are already here in the city? And she said that it was going to weaken our vote because it's not like all immigrants vote the same as the black citizens here or the freedmen here. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely.
So that was her point, and as soon as she said that, a Hispanic person said that's divisive. I gotta go. Let me go find this damn article.
Man, it's so crazy how motherfuckers get over here and flip.
Yeah, yeah,
Flip.
yeah.
And, I mean, we're left with just some really shitty circumstances sometimes. So I just I just say fuck it.
Let me make sure this is the right person. Yeah, this is her. Now I gotta find the article. Now, I don't know if she's a freedman, but she is a black woman. She's out of her name is Laurie Cumbo. She has now been replaced by a Crystal Hudson. She's in the Brooklyn District 35.
Uh huh.
So now it's Crystal Hudson who is now like took her place. Now I don't know her politics or whatever. I'm not too familiar with Brooklyn. I'm usually in the Bronx or Harlem area, mainly Harlem as far as the politics is involved, as well as the Bronx, but mostly Harlem.
So
I have to talk to my peoples about her to see what they think. Well, I got to do my own research as well.
do we have freedmen politicians that are willing to fight this illegal voting rights bill? Or is it even a bill? Is it even a bill? Or did they already just give them clearance to say that they can vote in local elections? Or how does that work?
Yeah, that's already done. They already have the ability to vote in local elections, and I believe it's going to start next year. Like they already voted, what was it, 33 to 14? Let me get,
What do you
hold
mean
on.
33 to 14? That many in favor of illegals voting?
Yes, yes,
Oh, wow.
yes. But let me get the exact number because I wrote this
Thir-
down
thir-
and I want to be right and
33 to
exact.
14, so it's not even close.
Yeah, yeah. Hold on, let me find it.
Damn, dog. It's about to be greasy in New York.
First, let me start off by reading this article. This is from the New York Times,
I'm
also known as.
moving. You read Prime's on camera.
Okay,
I'm not. Don't be saying I can't see Shannon. Camera. No. Prime's on camera. Because I don't like doing that off camera shit. If I gotta move around, I gotta move around.
got you.
Do you
So let
think?
me. Right, so this is Lori Como. She's the former district city council member for District 35 in Brooklyn. This is from the New York Times, also known as the New York Times. Lori Cumbo, a councilwoman from Brooklyn, questioned whether the bill would dilute the voting power of African Americans, which are the freedmen. This particular legislation is going to shift the power. This is her quote. Quote, this particular legislation is going to shift the power dynamics in New York City in a major way, said Ms. Cumbo, who voted no. And then Tiffany Caban, obviously a Hispanic person, Tiffany Caban, an incoming councilwoman from Queens, called Ms. Cumbo's argument divisive. Expanding the right to vote for some folks does not in any way diminish or tarnish the right to vote for others, she said.
Hmm.
Yeah, so right, I was right. So it said the legislation passed by a vote 33 to 14.
33 to 14.
Yeah. Now there is 51 total city council members.
Okay.
Okay. So about what's that? 47. So about four of them didn't vote, or it says two had abstentions, and I guess the other two they just I don't know, they weren't there or whatever.
Or maybe
But
they just said, you know what, it's not gonna make a difference whether I vote or not.
possibly. But in order for it to pass, it has to get at least 66%. So that's 26 out of 51. So they got that with 33 to 14 vote.
Hold
You
on one
know.
second, bro. Oh
Yeah.
no, fuck them. I'm good.
So hold on, let me read some more.
Please.
The motion to send the bill back to committee failed after a spirited debate on the floor of the city council. The council speaker, Corey Johnson, said that any amendments to the bill would render it technically dead because there would not be enough time to vote on the bill during this council session. The legislation passed by a vote of 33 to 14 with two abstentions. Under the legislation, the New York City Board of Election, which has faced scrutiny about its handling of elections, would issue a separate voter registration form and provide ballots for non citizens that only include municipal offices. Now, this is from, let me see, okay, Eva Santos. Let me repeat that. Eva Santos, 32, who immigrated to the Bronx from the Dominican Republic at 9 years old and is allowed to live and work in the country through Deferred Action for Child Arrivals, that's DACA by Obama, a program known as DACA, says she felt a sense of relief and peace of mind when the legislation passed.
So she's still not an American citizen.
Oh no, she is.
She's an American citizen.
Yeah.
So she can vote, but her cousin, Hector, can't vote. Just because he works and lives in New York now, he
Right.
just got here 6 months ago. How can he vote?
It's worse than that because the standard now is you have to show residence in New York for 30 days.
30 days?
30 days.
A
And you
motherfucker
now
could be at
have,
the shelter.
right, and you now have the ability to vote in the local elections. So
You
she's
can.
from the Dominican Republic, Eva Santos. She was here since she was 9 years old due to DACA. Um, and it says is allowed to live and work in a country through DACA, a program known as DACA. She says she felt a sense of relief. Yeah, she's 32 years old. She's
So
32
she's
years old
32.
now.
So she was born in 1990.
Yeah,
Oh, bitch.
right. So she benefited from DACA, and she says that this is great, because
I bet
her
you do think so.
right because her and other Hispanics can now vote, and they're saying they're a part of the community, and it gives them representation. But you understand, yes, it gives them representation. But I am not a Hispanic.
You know what, though?
The
These
freedmen are
motherfuckers
not
now,
Hispanic.
these motherfuckers can get a benefit that is specifically set for them.
Right.
And I'm not. We just happen to be talking about Hispanics right now, but I'm not talking about them specifically. I'm talking about all of them. It's
Mm-hmm.
the whole spectrum.
Mm-hmm.
But we can't get that same benefit, but they can get a benefit that's meant for us because it's now meant for people of color.
Right.
We don't have any benefit of specificity anymore.
Right.
Everybody can hone in on our benefit, but we can't get any of their benefit. We don't qualify for
Right.
their benefit. Their benefit is just for their
Right.
benefit.
Right. And to add on to this, there was a woman, TD Hip Hop Media. He did a great broadcast or episode about this. There was a black woman in Chicago who is now blind in one eye because during the George Floyd protest, her and her friends were going out shopping, and police officers, race soldiers, dragged her and her friends out of her car, beat them half to death. Glass got in her eye, and she filed a civil lawsuit against them. Now check this out. I think there were 21 total members, city council members, but 14 of them were non-black and Hispanic. And when she filed that civil lawsuit against the Chicago PD, who we all know has a history of racism, they denied her civil lawsuit.
Denied her.
Yeah, She was supposed to get, well, all of them. I believe it was four women. She was supposed to get $1.4 million, or matter of fact, in total, the four women they were supposed to get $1.4 million, but they voted 14-7 that they get nothing. That's the city council. They voted 14-7 that they not be allowed to get or be able to sue the Chicago PD because they said, quote unquote, this will open up a Pandora's box of any and everybody um, being able to sue the Chicago PD. Mind you, in another case, at around the same time, there was a Hispanic person who was attacked by, I think they were shot at by police or something like that, and the city council voted for them to file that civil lawsuit, and they won. Matter of fact, I could put
bro.
that link in the chat too. It's TD Media Hip Hop. You know he does great work.
Oh, he does.
He comes with the spirit of Hubert Harrison. Now he's an immigrant himself. He's an immigrant himself, a Haitian immigrant himself, but he's an ally.
Right.
So salute to our Caribbean allies who are on call with us, and they understand our plight here as freedmen. And when he talk, he be talking about like we, like he's a freedman. You know what I'm saying? But
Right.
he's not a freedman, but he's with us. So I consider him to be a part
No, I
of our.
rock with him. I rock with him heavy.
You know, there it is. I put it right there in the chat. And his videos are short and concise and right to the point. You know.
Yeah, unlike mine.
Your videos are great too. We take a deep dive. You
Yeah,
know.
unlike mine, if you're coming here for TD hip hop, quick, concise, clean, great editing, great lighting, you're in the wrong place.
We'll get there.
We'll get there. I'm not. I don't feel like I'm struggling. I'm just not
Not at all.
applying all that effort and energy into it. You know,
Maybe you have less
why the
time,
fuck all
but
these people on this fucking board keep showing up?
listen, Shannon, your work was good enough to catch me because I was watching you when you was always riding around in the car talking your shit, and I
Right,
was like,
right.
hell yeah, I'm with this guy right here. I fucks with him. This is an OG right here. He gotta be a freedman,
Um,
So yeah, I gotta stop being lazy. I'm looking crazy on camera. I gotta get me my little skin fade, line
Yeah,
my
you
shit up.
you letting it grow a little bit, so I figured you was just letting letting your edges grow out a little bit.
My edges. Nah, I just been
Hey,
lazy.
this the hairstyle world is so different now for me. When I be seeing just like do that. I don't question anybody's hair. Like
Your
you
mic
didn't
is
see the
your broadcast is breaking
who was
up.
going up for a layup. Somebody was going for a layup, but it was huh?
Your broadcast was breaking up. The
What did he
last I
say?
heard was your broadcast is breaking up. The last I heard was you don't question some people's hairstyle or something.
Oh, okay. Yeah, yeah. I don't question people's hairstyles. And like one of the things, like I just saw LeBron James, he was in a shot, like somebody was going for a layup, but they caught the back of his hair. And I guess he's really losing his hair a lot. So he must use like that spraying shit or put, because his hair does not look like that when he's out and he doesn't have a hat on. That shit's all filled in. And they showed a shot of him like where it's totally bald in the center. Is it a
Damn.
vanity thing why these athletes don't just go ahead and just go bald when their shit's like that? Or would they rather show up with the fake spray, or toupees? I mean, whatever it takes, you know. I mean, why don't they just let it go? Is that vanity?
I mean, I can't really speak for LeBron, but his hair's been receding for a while now. That's like he's been like the brunt of jokes for
It
that.
has been.
And Michael
But then he'll
Jordan.
show up with a crispy ass hairline. And you're like, God damn, that shit's got to be sprayed on.
Michael Jordan went bald because he was balding and his hair was receding like at an earlier age, so it worked for him.
Right.
But you know what I mean. So I guess LeBron, he's doing things differently. It's their hair, so they can do it however they want. I don't know. I can't even really relate. I don't think I'm balding. I'm an old man, but I ain't balding yet.
38.
58. Thank you.
Anybody new on the cast and they see him prime today, he swears he's 58 years old, but he's not 58.
Come on, man.
We do know this for sure. He's not 58. I say he's 38. He's
Come
probably
on.
somewhere right there in the middle. He's probably about
We
early,
know.
he's probably about 41.
We know black don't crack, but I appreciate the compliment because I'm definitely much younger than that. Definitely much younger than that.
So this, it doesn't really matter to me. If the motherfucker runs again, he's probably going to beat him. But this prosecutor that they're talking about is going to let the case go on Trump. I mean, did they buy him off?
Who you?
Or is there really not a case against Trump?
Wait, who is this prosecutor? I'm not familiar with
The
that.
black prosecutor, the black DA or whatever,
The black DA for
Manhattan.
Alvin Briggs
They
or
said
Bragg.
basically he looks like
Alvin
he's giving up
Bragg.
on the case against Trump.
Let me get his name right. I believe his name is Alvin Bragg. I'm talking about the DA from Manhattan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah, I'm
can
not.
ride with that in armor. He does want to stay younger. I get that. But and I mean that whole reverse mohawk shit don't look good. And if he wants to stay younger, then go ahead and go bald and get some tattoos on the side of your head or something.
Probably.
If he wants to stay relevant with the youth, get some tattoos or do something, because this right here, this has old man written all over it.
Yeah.
And he can wear all the
Probably.
skinny jeans shit he wants to and all that crazy shit. Them big motherfuckers be looking crazy as fuck wearing all that shit. How
Yeah.
you gonna be 6'9", 240 in some skinny jeans?
That's the style today. But yeah, Letitia is the Attorney General for New York, and Alvin Bragg is the Manhattan DA. But
Yeah, they said that he looks like he's about to give up on Trump.
I don't even know if he even had a case, to be honest. But from the research that I've seen with Alvin Bragg, he seems to be, one of the real ones, and he's been attacked and targeted by the governor. And even though democracy or the local politics has voted him in, the governor, Hochul, and the powers that be are trying to get him out of there because he's not following the code of white supremacy. He wants to decriminalize, black people being poor or homelessness and things like that. So that's obviously a problem because a lot of their money comes from that.
Mm-hmm.
Incarcerating people for being homeless, and he wants to like petty crimes. He wants to uh, not give people maximum sentences for non-violent crimes.
Right.
So that's very, very, very important. And the mayor and I can't even pronounce the police chief's name, but it's a woman, a black woman at that, and the
New
governor.
York has a female police chief.
Yeah,
Really?
I can't
I
even
did not
pronounce
know
the name.
that.
Remember we talked about it. We wanted to speak about Alvin Bragg, the mayor, and
Yeah, but did I say police chief? I didn't know they had a police chief that was
police chief.
black.
What was she? The commissioner or something like that? Yeah, the commissioner. Pardon me. The commissioner.
Okay.
Yeah, Keychant Sewell. So they're trying to get. They're definitely against him
Really?
because he's going against the grain. He's going against the status quo, which is anti-black racism and criminalizing black people for non-violent crimes, homelessness, being poor and impoverished. From what I can tell in the research that I've done, Alvin Bragg is going against that grain, and he ran on that premise in his campaign, and he got voted in. So I don't understand why they're surprised,
Right.
why they're attacking him. Well, I mean, I understand, but this should be no surprise, is what I'm saying.
I mean, could it just be because they know that he'll buckle because of that position? I mean, he he is who he is.
I will hope that he doesn't buckle, but in order for him to stand firm on his square, he needs the support of organizations and people like myself and other people who voted him in, his constituents and the grassroots, people from the soil, like you and
Right.
myself. You know, when you have a support system backing you, it's very hard to deny them and buckle and be buck broken. If you ask
Yeah.
me, that's very empowering to have those people by your side and you're them supporting you. I'll be disappointed if I was to let those people down because those are my supporters. You can have
Right.
all the haters in the world, but obviously your internal motivation keeps you going, but also your outside motivation, which is your supporters, keep you going as well. So you don't want to let
Right.
yourself down and you don't want to let them down either because they put you in a position of power to change the status quo. We always hear about change, change, change. They put you in power to make that change. So we have to get it
Right.
done. But yeah, Lori Cumbo, she had a point and she made a great point. And whenever black people start exerting power or talking about our political interests, it always becomes demonized. Even though you see how that article, how they were um, framing it when Hispanics have the right to vote for their political interests, it's beautiful. It's a beautiful thing.
Right.
It's a beautiful thing for Hispanics, non-citizens, illegal immigrants to be able to come over here and vote and drown out the freedmen vote because it's not like non-citizens and illegal immigrants vote the same as the freedmen.
Right.
They all do not vote for the same political interests. So this is all not a unity thing. This is all not a minority coalition. Like the example I gave before, it was 14 to 7 who voted, and a lot of them were Hispanic who voted against those black women who got attacked by race soldiers of the Chicago PD. They voted against them for winning their $1.4 million lawsuit.
That's
Threw them
crazy.
on the ground. This woman is blind in her eye now because of that. Glass got in her eye because they were racially profiled and attacked because they were in the area or going shopping in the area during the George Floyd's uprisings.
Right.
This happened in 2020. But then when Hispanic people got shot at by other police officers, they voted for them to get their settlement. They voted in favor of that.
Right.
So this goes to show you that a lot of the Hispanics are not in unison as far as political interests as the freedmen.
Okay.
And I put that in the chat, that source, what I'm speaking about. So I'm not just talking, I'm giving examples as well. We're giving examples here on Freedman on Fire.
Dude, Freedman Energy always gonna have the facts. It ain't
Yeah,
Freedman Energy if it ain't Freedman facts.
right.
So
And this is
so
not,
so so they're not gonna come at you. They're not gonna. They know you got your data.
yeah. This
You
is not an
know.
outlier or anything. This is not what they say. Oh, this only happens once in a while. This happens all over the country,
Guns and
frequently.
NIMI nominated ain't the only ones got data. You know what I'm saying?
Oh,
Guns, and
Scrappy
NIMI
and Tone Tits.
nominated ain't the only ones that got data.
Scrappy and Tone Tits. That's a fact.
I
And they
mean,
got their data from one of the greatest scholars of our time,
that's what I'm saying. Y'all,
who
that's
also
not
is a
y'all data.
freedman.
That's somebody else's data. Y'all
Yeah,
plagiarists,
who also is a freedman, by the way.
right?
Dr. Darity, Dr. William Darity, and Kirsten Mullen, both freedmen.
How y'all gonna take something from somebody else that call it y'all data and then
Right,
call him a traitor?
right. This data is also coming from the Federal Reserve.
Right.
So this is also from white people. Whenever black people say something, oh, we don't know, we're not sure. As soon as a white person says, okay, it's real now. Now we have to agree.
And Tone was always very good about that. I have to commend Tone on it. Tone only did that one whole shit with the BDP. Other than that, I don't really have a problem with Tone. Tone do whatever the fuck you want. I like the fact that he trying to reinvent himself and he trying to come out real and shit now. But it's a little late, but that's okay. Um,
Tone
my
has all
thing,
tone tits. He's always been a hater, if you ask
my
me.
thing is, and see, the thing is, he didn't have to be a hater. What he had to be, he had to go get the bag, which he was supposed to do, because he became a lawyer. Go get that bag. That didn't come the way you wanted to come. And you want to jump in these streets, jump in the streets the right way. But he didn't jump in the streets the right way. He jumped in the streets on a wave, that he knew he would get the attention of black people. And they got attention of thousands of black people with their wave.
They did.
But
They
then
did.
they started fucking arguing and catfighting with motherfuckers who they didn't need to argue and catfight with.
Right.
And the wave subsided
Right.
and the wave passed.
Right.
And now he's not even going down that same lane. He'll go over, generational wealth. He'll go over racial wealth gap, and he'll do it in a different way. He ain't doing it the same way. He ain't talking all up on the reparations shit. He is, but he isn't. And it's
Uh,
because he's being true to himself now. This is what he really wanted to do. This is who he really wanted to be.
mm, wow.
And I commend him for trying to be who he is now, but goddamn it, it's still a bit too late. That'd be like me flipping and shit now. I'd be like, you know what? This is what I really want to do. No, this is the same shit I've been doing the whole fucking time.
Hmm. Well, okay. I can agree with you on that because now you're starting to see someone's true colors.
Yeah, there you go. There you
So
go.
that's important. That's important, whether it be good or bad or whatever. I guess it depends on who you ask. Obviously, it's bad for the freedmen. So,
Absolutely.
but in a lot of ways, it's good for us because now we get to see you're really not pro freedmen.
Right.
So with
Right.
that acknowledgement and with that analysis, now we know who you are, what position to put you, or what category to put you in, and now we get to go at you now.
Does it
So
bug you
now
when a
you're an
motherfucker
enemy.
say he ADOS, but he's not a freedman? Does that bug you? Because it bugs the shit out of me.
Does it bug me? No, I think it just shows ego and stupidity. So if they want to be ego driven and stupid, then you know, it wasn't called the American Descendants of Slavery Bank. It wasn't called the American Descendants of Slavery Bureau. It was
You mean
called
it
the
wasn't? There was
Freedmen
no
Bank.
ADOS federal,
Exactly. It wasn't no ADOS
First
bank.
National, ADOS.
Right. So when they do that, it lets me know it actually makes me feel good because it lets me know that we got them. We got them and we won because you won't even acknowledge the historical precedents, you won't acknowledge the legislative precedents, and you won't even acknowledge our political status, which is constitutionally known as the freedmen.
Right. Right.
So it lets me know that your butt hurt and you lost.
Right.
And you're not playing the game properly.
Yep.
So yeah, it doesn't bother me. It just lets me know that, in my opinion, it tells me that you're really not trying to move us forward as a group.
Right.
So it makes me feel good because that also lets me know you are the enemy.
You are absolutely a Judas.
Yeah. And you selling this out for 30 butter biscuits. Not 30 silver
Butter
coins, but 30
biscuits.
butter biscuits.
That's, do you see that video? I'm always said butter biscuits.
Who was
I
that,
enjoy
Kyrie?
them. Oh, I'm going to hell. I didn't realize that that was from one of those my 600-pound whatever's. I I saw it because Tariq had broke it down to just the butter biscuits part,
Mm-hmm.
and I thought it was just fucking hilarious. Um, so when I put it up, people were laughing, and then somebody went on and put up like where the video really came from, and I was like, oh, it's kind of sad. But every time that motherfucker says that shit about butter biscuits, I laugh. So I know I'm going to hell with no seatbelt on. It's all good. It's all good. But I'm still gonna laugh at that shit every time I hear it. Butter biscuits.
I
I
mean, it's
enjoy it.
funny. It's funny and it's real catchy.
It's funny, dog. It's the timing of it. I mean, if he hadn't said butter, if he had just said biscuits, it wouldn't even be as funny. But he said butter biscuits. Shit was entertaining to me. Um, all this contesting. You've been listening to the Twitter Spaces with Tariq and them.
I'm banned from Twitter. But
Bye, Prime. Bye, bye. Goddamn it.
listen, I go hard. I go hard for the Freedmen. You know how many places I've been banned, and this is not just social media, because social media is not real, so I don't care. But I've been banned for from like certain organizations, which also is a good thing because it lets me know uh, you're the enemy to the freedmen, and you're not trying to advocate for the freedmen. You're advocating for black, indigenous, people of color, minorities, LGBT, which really means everybody else except the freedmen. So, so yeah, I'm glad. I'm
We
glad.
got something for everybody. Not you niggas.
Yeah, I appreciate them banning me. I appreciate them banning me. I could never compare to Martin Luther the King Jr. or Malcolm X, but a lot of the people who, like, when they were alive, a lot of people shunned them as well.
Right.
You know, because they were very specific in who they were advocating for, and they were very adamant
When
about
you get banned on
disrupting.
Twitter,
Huh?
I'm sorry, you had paused, and I thought you were complete. You started, but you started something new. Go ahead. I want you to finish. Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't compare myself to those titans or whatever, but I only say that to say like they were very disruptive and adamant about dismantling the status quo of anti-black racism and white supremacy. So they will always have pushback because you got other people who want to be inclusive of everybody. So
Right.
when they talk about minorities and people of color, understand family, understand and overstand that means everyone except the freedmen. Everyone will get resources and money and benefits, set asides, etc., except the freedmen. That's what it's for. That's what racism, white supremacy is. Anti-black racism and white supremacy is. It's a global system of behavior by those who are classified as white to control and dominate those who are non-white, especially the freedmen who would definitely be classified as black, to maintain and keep their position socially, economically, politically, whatever, at the bottom. That's what racism, white supremacy is. My ancestor who was a slave was not racist because he wanted to liberate himself and he didn't like white people. Go ahead, what were you gonna ask?
so that took me kind of to another space.
My bad,
So
bro.
no, you're good because that question, this question will come back up around. There's so many different things that I want to talk about. Knowing what we know, just on our level, we know that illegals having the right to our electoral process is detrimental to us.
Absolutely.
Why don't the black politicians in New York City know this, or do they know this and are staying quiet on it? Eric Adams must know this. Letitia James must know this.
Yeah.
There's other people, the New York caucus. I mean, they're that are black.
Right. Congressional Coon Caucus. Yep.
They must know this in New York.
They know.
If illegals are able to vote, they are going to extinguish the black vote. Now, where are you putting black people who have no voting power? Now, where are you putting them? Because you've just elevated illegals above freedmen.
Right. Freedmen citizens. So I would say it's two things. I think a lot of black people in general or freedmen have been conditioned to be inclusive of everyone because we are the original freedom fighters of this country and we have been fighting for everyone for a long time, especially when it came to liberation and rights and everything. Also, they most definitely, the powers that be or the black elected officials, black politicians, whoever, they most definitely know that it extinguishes our political power locally, but they do not care because individually they benefit from it and they are collaborators of white supremacy. They are on board with it because individually they can live somewhere near billionaire row in Manhattan. Individually, their family will be elevated while the masses of the freedmen stay at the bottom. So, in other
Very
words,
true.
they collaborate and cooperate with white supremacy because they get paid to do so. They get paid to maintain the status quo of anti black racism and white supremacy because it individually benefits them at the expense of the Freedmen Collective.
Right,
You cannot elevate the Freedmen Collective and maintain white supremacy.
right,
You cannot elevate the Freedmen and maintain the power of white supremacy, anti-black racism. You can't do that. So you need people who have brown skin, black looking people in positions of power and authority to put up a facade as if, yes, there is black progress. There used to be no black people in office or there used to be no black people in power. Now they are in power, so everything is all good. And when you put those people in positions of power, they now are afraid. They have something to lose now. They got some money. They could live around white people. Um, they could party with white people. They have sex to white women. You know what I mean? So
absolutely.
they don't want to lose that. But that's a coon mindset.
Mm-hmm.
That's a traitorous mindset. What a coon is a traitor, particularly a traitor to black people. A black person who's a traitor to his race or to black people or to the freedmen.
And there is no forgiving that.
Yes, there is none. It
You
is
can't
it is
forgive that.
definitely it's a crime.
Absolutely. That's what I want to say. It's a crime. If you can do that, if you can actually go against your own people, that's an unforgivable trait. And you must
Right.
live with that
Right.
or die. Your choice.
Exactly. Cooning is generational and is definitely not a victimless crime.
You're going to teach your children to be there. You got little coons coming up.
Yeah. You're raising your children to be coons and traitors to your own, to
And
your
your
own
wife's a
people.
coon, and she's going to go to the PTO and she's going to sprout her coon behavior there.
Right.
She's going to be a
And
team mom and a soccer mom and a this mom and a that mom.
right. And if you're a
Cooning.
man, if you're a man and you're married, it's very likely, or you marry a woman, it's very likely her political stance, her personal stance will be the same as one of a coon.
Bro.
Same thing with a black woman. That's why you see some of them, not all, but you see some of them who are getting these white zaddies. Now they coming up missing or dead,
Can I not
and that's not
go?
even a
Can I
national
not start
story.
my week with
That's
a
not even a
woman
national story.
dead, going on a
Yeah,
date, dead, falling on a window? She had a date, dead.
exactly.
Black women all of a sudden just jumping out of windows.
29 years old,
The world ahead of them, world at their feet.
dead at that man's apartment, and they said she died of natural causes. Who
At
dies of
29,
natural causes of 29?
there's nothing natural about dying at 29. You don't die naturally at 29.
Let me get this woman's name, cause I like to get people's names, cause so we
You
know
don't
who they are.
die. I got it in here too. Shit. I'm right there with you.
Cause when I see these posts about these
Asia
police,
Maynard.
okay, yeah, that's her name. Yep.
Asia Maynard of Kansas City went on a date with a white man named Josh Isaiah or Isaiah James Crown. The woman ended up dead in Crown's apartment. Police said she died of natural cause. How the fuck? She felt good enough to go over to his house on a date. She didn't
Right.
call out today, say, I'm really not feeling up to it tonight. Think I
Right.
might die. Natural causes?
It's insane.
She don't look sick. This motherfucker killed her. He look like he's like some half military type motherfucker. Yeah.
Bottom line is he never even got investigated.
How?
He didn't even get investigated, and they said that she died of natural causes in his apartment. See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Maynard.
Asia
So
Maynard.
as you can see, family, we got a lot of work to do.
I mean, they
I
killing them
don't hear
off.
the
She
I don't
20,
hear the I don't hear the Congressional Black Caucus talking about this.
nothing.
Where are they? Where are they?
Nothing.
Where's all the Congressional Hispanic Caucus talking about this? If we have a black and brown coalition,
Yeah.
LGBT, where are they?
Where they at?
Black women.
Where they at?
You see what I'm saying?
Where they at?
We need our own advocacy, specific and exclusive to us. Prioritize our issues first. So yeah, this is what we're here to do here on Freedman on Fire.
Miss Alabama. Zoe Sozo Bethel passed away at the age of 27 after falling from a Miami building. How do you just fall from a building at 27? Who was she with? Everybody she was with needs to be investigated. Somebody pushed her out of that window. And I bet you behind it is a zaddy.
Yeah, she was with a white guy. Ladies,
Chesley Cripps.
all I can say is, ladies, pay attention. Pay attention, ladies.
What are they doing to these sisters where it's making them feel so low? Their self-esteem is so low that they just don't want to live no more. That's not the spirit of a freedman woman.
Definitely not.
What are they doing to these women? And you notice that the ones that are they've already achieved some type of success in their life, where their life they're not even living a natural freedman life, natural
Mm-hmm.
freedman existence. They've
Mm-hmm.
been elevated in somewhat
Right.
certain spaces. Miss Alabama, you know what? She at least eating free at the Waffle House.
Mm-hmm.
She just wear her sash here, and Miss Alabama come in and do some waving. She at least
Right.
eating free at the Waffle House. She's known. She's a notable.
She was a beautiful woman too.
Chesley Chris on TV,
Mm-hmm.
interviewing all types of celebrities and notables, politicians. Just don't want to live no more at 30? Come on, man.
According to the mainstream media, if you let them tell it, they don't report the news. They have a agenda.
Yeah.
Their agenda is not objective at all. They frame a narrative
Mm-hmm.
automatically, which is propaganda, which is also psychological and informational warfare. We are at war, and one of their greatest tools of white supremacy is the media.
Mm-hmm.
We know, as Malcolm X said, the media can make an innocent person guilty, and they can frame it where a guilty person is innocent,
Mm-hmm.
which is what they do, especially when it comes to the relationship between white people and black people.
Right. You're right.
When Trayvon Martin gets killed, he smokes weed, he's a pothead, all this other stuff.
Yeah,
He
this
was
hood up,
shot in the
because
thigh.
the hoodie, they demonized
Right.
the hoodie first.
He has a hoodie on.
He had a hoodie on. They
This is
demonized.
exactly. This
Wait a
is a
minute, Brian.
system.
Wait a minute, Brian. Do you remember when they was like, and your kids should not wear hoodies? like,
Right.
like they were trying to, they wanted
Yeah.
to outlaw hoodies, man.
Right. Exactly.
They tried to blame this whole thing on a motherfucking hoodie.
Right.
He hadn't been wearing a hoodie, this wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't have
Exactly.
triggered this fucking race soldier.
Exactly. But when Ted Bundy kills, mass murders a whole bunch of white people,
That motherfucker had a hoodie on
he's
too,
he's treated like a rock star.
and
Even the
wore hoodies.
women, even the women, the white women at that, didn't believe that he was capable of doing that.
Right.
He had mental illnesses, right? White people shoot up schools. They're snipers. They have mental illnesses. One police officer said that the guy who shot up the Asian salon or whatever, he had a
Yeah.
bad day.
Go ahead.
You see? So we have to understand that, y'all.
You back in there?
Yeah, I'm black at it again. My bad. I pressed the wrong button.
It's all good. I got to confirm a couple orders. So, what I want to ask you now, though, we've already talked about how old boy Cuomo and all these people are trying to get back in. Like he's trying to get back in office. We obviously know Trump is going to make another run at the presidency. If they've already started to talk about how the cases against him are not legitimate, I believe that this is all going to come down to, do the Democrats fall in line, vote as they normally vote, and let whatever happens happen to them. And when I speak of Democrats, I'm speaking of black Democrats. I'm speaking
Okay.
of freedmen Democrats. I already know how the black immigrants are going to vote.
Mm-hmm.
They're going to vote 50-50. I mean, I know that They put a lot of money out to these motherfuckers, gave them the bag. But black immigrants do not all vote Democratic, and they're not going to vote all Democratic.
Mm-hmm.
So the Democrats were stupid in putting all that investment behind them, but that's okay. Even in the New York shit, if there's more Hispanics or Latinos or whatever than black people, Hispanics didn't they vote like 33% for Trump?
That I don't
I
know. I
mean,
don't
in the
know. I don't
election,
know the. I don't know the
they
exact
voted,
number
I believe they voted a
for New York.
third.
I could believe
They
that.
voted a third. So
I could believe that.
they can flip, that means they'll flip New York. And if they flip New York for Republicans, they're done.
I could believe that.
They're
I think
done.
that's
So
possible.
my question is this: are we in danger? Are we more in danger of a reelected Democrat? Because if anybody gets in, who's going to beat feeble-minded ass Joe? Nobody has the steam to come in and overtake him, other than the motherfucker from the other side. So are we in more trouble with the reelection, or are we in more trouble of a reelection of the incumbent, or of the reelection of the 45th? And what happens if the 45th comes back and is elected after the 46th? Is he the 46th, or is he still the 45th and just got reelected? Does he become the 47th? So
These
he's
is
the
a lot of
45th and the 47th?
these is a lot of confusing questions.
Hey,
Oh man.
which white motherfucker gonna fuck us up? All right, I'm putting it on mute. Gotta make my calls. We're listening, Prime.
Um, I think that Joe Biden has been doing such a horrible job as the current president right now. The perception and the consciousness and national narrative, especially when it comes to the Freeman votes, is declining. And there's been many multiple reports um, as far as his likeness or people liking the work that he's been doing so far. Um, if you ask me, they're all bad. Jim Crow Joe Biden is bad for the freedmen population. Um, I'm thinking DeSantis will be the next up and running for the Republicans. So I think that's a good possibility. He moves in the spirit of, I guess I'll say Donald Trump. And yeah, if you ask me, they're both no good for the freedmen citizenry. And I guess we'll have to see who would Jim Crow Joe be going up against as far as the democratic process. I can't really think of anyone right now who can sway the votes and get them back on board with the Democrats as far as the freedmen votes. I can't really think of anyone with that type of influence and power to sway our freedmen vote, because none of them advocate for freedmen. None of them. And a lot of us are being awakened and we're waking up and understanding this now. When you see Afghans getting housing and money, when you see reports of America talking about uh, inviting Ukrainians to come over as refugees, when you see reports of Hispanics getting money and legislation, LGBT getting reparations for not being able to get married and being discriminated against, Asians getting hate crime bills, like this is all adding up into our collective consciousness. And as you can see, there's a change. We're not going for it. We're like, fuck this. It's a lot of us are either now we're not gonna vote at all, or some of us may vote more in the leaning of Republicans only as a consequence for not doing anything for the freedmen. So yeah, that would be my take on it. Yeah, that would most definitely be my take on it. I see Shannon still making that money. Salute to 420 Cargo. Salute to 420 Cargo. Get that bread, make that money. Salute to the Freedman, of course. Freedman on deck. Freedman fire. Freedman on fire. Freedman Media. Shit. What did I do? Salute Shanna Kim. Appreciate you. Much love and respect. Freedman Queen. I agree. I think a lot of this is good. They made all of these empty promises. Jim Crow Joe said that he has our back when the black community voted him in, and he has shown his ass to us. And we have gotten nothing in return for our vote. So, like you said, it's good that we're seeing what the hell has happened to us and is still going on. So, now it's time for us to organize and mobilize and create our own organizations in representation and advocacy for the freedmen. This is how power works, family. Organizing and organization for your own political interests. You do not prioritize other people's interests and issues before your own. They don't do it with you, so you should not do the same thing with them. Or you should not vote against your own interests. Not only should you be selfish as a group in your collective politics, that's not the only reason why you shouldn't do that, but you should also be selfish in your collective politics for your group, the freedmen, because when you prioritize Hispanic people's issues, LGBT people's issues, Asians' issues, you let them know how to treat you as a freedmen group. They look at it as, well, if they're willing to put my issues ahead of theirs, it's okay when I do the same for myself. If I'm an Asian and I see the freedmen putting Asian issues ahead of freedmen issues, I'm going to go around black people or freedmen and see that and see, well, I'm going to prioritize my issues first because you prioritize my issues first. It's that simple. In an ideal, perfect world, you would think that would be reciprocated, but no, this is not an ideal, perfect world. The Hispanics advocate for Hispanics, Jews advocate for Jews, Asians advocate for Asian, East Indians advocate for East Indians, white Americans advocate for white Americans. So it's only right and only logical and powerful that we advocate for our issues first. That's not a crime. You can call it selfish. I don't care. There is value and virtue and selfishness for your group. There is value in the freedmen and there's value in being selfish for the freedmen population first. There's nothing wrong with that. And I will never apologize for that. And if I have to apologize, tell all the other groups to apologize for doing the same. Oh, Shannon, are you there? You busy? You still there? What's going on? You making that money?
I had to make I had to make phone calls, so I couldn't have their dialogue come across.
Understood.
Now I'm finishing potato chip.
So yeah, I was watching a lot of the AB 3121 discussions.
Mm-hmm.
And we have to understand that reparations is not for people with brown skin. If we do that, people like Sammy Sosa will be coming out the woodworks,
No,
unbleaching their
no,
skin,
whoa.
unbleaching
Sammy
their
Sosa
skin,
is not
talking about
brown
things.
anymore. He is not brown.
It don't matter. It don't matter because they're gonna be saying everyone with
Sammy
brown
Sosa is
skin.
like he's like Pepto Bismol color.
Yeah. Well, other people with brown skin who are Hispanic or whatever with brown skin yelling, "I know black, I know black." They'll be talking about they need reparations. This reparations claim, this justice claim, is for the freedmen, the American freedmen, those who descend from the Emancipation Proclamation, those who were promised and then denied 40 acres and a mule. Let me set some more um, um, things that will show you the separation of our judge's claim, of our justice claim. If your family or and anybody else chose to come to America, you do not deserve reparations for this justice claim. You are not owed
Voluntarily.
reparations. You are not owed reparations. You do not get to attach yourself into this justice claim. So check this. When you immigrate to a country, you immigrate to that country's history and moral national obligation. So welcome. The only thing you can do now as an immigrant is support reparations for the
Hold
freedmen.
up.
Again, when you migrate to another country, you automatically migrate into that country's history and moral national obligation. And that specific group of people's justice claim. You're migrating into their country. So the only thing you can do, the only righteous thing you can do, the only thing of integrity you can do is support us in our justice claim. You
No,
don't get
that's
to
it.
come over here and tell us what we should and shouldn't get. And you're only doing that because we're
Yeah.
putting up political barriers to you. You're only doing that because we're being specific with our justice claim and we're saying if you have brown skin, you are now automatically eligible for reparations. And the reparations is inclusive of but not limited to direct cash payments. We know the US government has it. They paid trillions and trillions of dollars to go into Afghanistan. They paid trillions and trillions of dollars for the COVID relief funds. So the government will pay trillions and trillions of dollars for the descendants of those who were promised and denied 40 acres and a mule. Again, this justice claim is from 1776 to present day for the greatest crime in human history, and that crime is still in progress today.
Right.
That crime is still in progress today. Opposition to justice is not an excuse to enact justice. White people not being in agreement or procrastination of justice is not an explanation to not grant justice. Because we didn't get justice in 1865 doesn't mean in 2022 we should not get justice now.
Right.
That procrastination is not a reason for not granting justice, especially when you claim you're a person of integrity, you're a man or woman of righteousness. And when America claims to be all about equality, we measure equality. The Friedman measure of equality is wealth, especially in this country that us freedmen created
Right.
and our ancestors created. And today we maintain the economy. We maintain the economy with our workforce, our labor, and our taxes.
And that's the people that built the country. That's the people
whose bones are buried on this soil. That's the people who
Exactly.
were here, who endured chattel slavery.
Exactly.
Those are the people who had to drink from that other drinking fountain. It wasn't even a drinking fountain. You ever notice how the whites only had a big drinking fountain, like kids would put their hands up on and lift themselves up? But
Right.
the black drinking fountain really wasn't like a drinking fountain. It was just like a little bowl
Right.
that the
It's a
water came
bowl.
out of the spigot, old rusty ass spigot.
Right.
It was like the drinking fountains that the white people had before the black people could drink.
Right.
Because before that, there was no colored and white. There
Facts.
was no niggers and white. Black
Facts.
people was drinking out the water hole. They drinking out the well,
Exactly.
out of a cup, out of a ladle and shit. So when we worked ourselves up to a drinking fountain, we couldn't even drink out of the same goddamn drinking fountain.
Yeah.
Who installed the motherfucker, bitch? Probably
Exactly.
a black man, because he was only skilled trades people back then.
Yeah. Our contributions to society is well documented. Our culture is freedom fighting. Our culture is inventions. Lewis Lattimore. That's our culture. The toilet. That's our culture. We created that. We invented that. The filaments, the lighting filaments. We invented that. George Washington Carver. Freedman. Agriculture. How dare you say we have no culture when we were the agriculture of this country? The fuck out of here. Talk about we don't have no culture. We are the culture. And everybody benefits from our culture. Our intellectual property. Not just hip hop.
Right.
Soul food. Soul food. I see Asians owning a soul food restaurant. You cannot tell me that soul food came from Asians
Wait a
or
minute.
Jews.
Wait a minute.
Entertainment.
You stole that right out of my head, dog. You said soul food restaurants. I'm like, he about to start talking about them goddamn Asian soul food restaurants.
Yeah, man. Come on now.
We got a place north of Detroit. I don't even know if it's still open anymore because I ain't been out there. I don't even eat crab legs. So, but I used to go there with all, that's where the Negroes like to go. They like to eat them crab legs. So we go up there, man. And I was like, okay, this is going to be a nice big establishment owned by black people. I'm thinking maybe like somebody that was a restaurateur, a career restaurateur, or maybe a former athlete or entertainer, somebody. Dog, when I got up in that bitch and it was all Asians running that motherfucker, all black patrons, all Asians working in the bitch,
Mm,
getting money.
of course.
Not even in the city of Detroit, in Troy.
Wow.
Troy is north of Detroit.
Okay.
Not very many Negroes there.
Wow.
North of Detroit, but the Negroes will leave the city of Detroit, come out to Troy, spend that bread for crab legs, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the place was huge. It's, Jumbo's was huge.
Mm-hmm.
And they had a decent regular menu, but the whole hook of that place was the buffet. And they had a whole motherfucking buffet with just the
Exactly.
crab legs.
Buffets be lit.
Crab legs. And when the crab legs will hit the goddamn thing, you just hear scurrying and shit.
Sizzling.
Sizzling. Motherfucking pumps and shit skidding across the floor and shit. Old
Right.
church lady shoes dragging on the carpet.
Trotting. They trotting.
And I'm thinking to myself, like, I don't know what crab legs does to people. I don't know why people get so excited about crab legs.
Tastes good, man.
Huh?
It tastes good.
Crab legs taste good? See, I don't.
Ooh.
It's too much goddamn work.
But you love to cook. I thought you loved to cook.
Yeah, I love to cook, but I don't want to work for the food after I done cooked it.
What?
Once I cook a crab leg, I've never cooked a crab leg, but once I cook a crab leg, if I got to fight to eat the motherfucker once I get it on the plate, I'm not dealing with that shit. I done cooked this motherfucker, seasoned this motherfucker. The last thing I'm gonna do is fight to eat it. I be seeing motherfuckers with crackers and
and
Yeah, man.
little tongs and forks and shit. I'm like, and then they pull out this little twig ass piece of meat.
It's a part of the experience, though. It's a part of the
Man,
soul
if I'm
food
not experiencing
experience.
eating, I'm not gonna experience anything.
It's a part of the soul food experience. That's a part of our culture. We
Yeah,
are the creators of creating something or greatness out of nothing.
true, true. I just look at the mind state of our people. I mean, I saw all up and down my timeline crab boils, seafood boils, crab boils.
Oh man, I can't stand to watch those timelines or people posting food. I don't like it because
I'm
then I
like,
start getting hungry and I can't eat the food.
but my thing is, food is a necessity. We got to have nutrition.
Hmm.
Now, to eat in that manner, crab boils, seafood boils, that's more of a specialty type thing. That shouldn't be a regular part of your diet
Okay.
because of the high alkaline content. Really, really can be severe if you have too much alkaline, too much seafood.
Right.
And they advertised that shit all through before, well, early parts of the pandemic. You saw it, but motherfuckers, everybody was having crab boils. And I'm thinking to myself, these are the motherfuckers that I literally just saw snapping cans of Vienna sausage open. Yeah, they wasn't boiling no crab. They was boiling hot dogs. And hell, some of them might have been up there boiling water because they didn't have no heat. I don't know. But now you boiling crab. Now you got crab boils. Now you got motherfucking seafood boils. And you high signing about food, about shit that's a necessity. When people do shit like that, it lets me know that we're not on code. We shouldn't be high signing about no fucking food. Now, you want to throw a little specialty thing up there that you cook, something out of ordinary people don't normally do. That's one thing. But the crab boil, that's a dime a dozen fucking thing. And you're not really living like that because you don't have bread like that all the time. But motherfuckers who do shit like that, I really have to wonder, like, what's wrong with you? Like,
Hmm.
why are you high signing about some fucking food that you probably got with STEMI, Bridge Card, SNAP, whatever this shit is, all them subsidized programs. You gotta be a bold motherfucker to go buy some goddamn crab legs with an EBT card. You a
Happens all the
bold
time.
motherfucker. Because that fish supposed to be for necessities. You ain't supposed to be in there buying uh I don't know why it's considered high line, it's fucking crab legs, but anyways, maybe because it's a rare. But I don't
How
think you
about
should be able to
for us?
buy certain foods with EBT cards. Because kids don't need crab legs to survive. And that's who you generally get that EBT card for. It's for children.
Right.
And I know that there's some adults that get them qualified for them. That's different. But I still don't think you should be, there's a certain level. There should be certain exclusions on your EBT card. It's like they don't let you buy beer, wine, or liquor with your EBT card. But the motherfuckers don't do nothing but go sell the motherfucking money in anyway and they're gonna get their liquor anyway. Well, I don't see why it's such a big deal. The motherfucker want to go get a 40 versus getting a couple bottled waters. Hey, that's on him.
Well, you got people who do that, but we got a lot of us who also spending on what we need. At the same
True.
time, the prices for food is just continuously going up.
Have you noticed that the quantities are going down too, though?
Yeah.
Like a half a gallon of milk is not a half a gallon of milk anymore. It's like 59 ounces. Same with a half a
Mm,
gallon of orange
I didn't
juice.
notice that.
Yeah, they're shrinking the boxes,
And making you pay more.
making you pay more. The prices are going up, but the quantity's going down, and your wages aren't going up to,
Right.
yeah, yeah.
Right. The
So
income isn't increasing, but the prices are.
if you had $100 worth of groceries in February of 2020 and you do $100 worth of groceries in 2022, you ain't got the same grocery cart.
Right. You got less.
$100 is less. Even if you have the same number of items, let's just say this. It's impossible because everything's went up. Say you had the same number of items. The net weights on all that shit is less than what it was 2 years ago. So you're still getting less for your money. But that's not the case. Prices have gone up, so you're not going to get the same amount of products that you got 2 years ago. So that's one problem, and the quantity is less.
That's a big problem. 'Cause you're paying more for less.
Paying more for less. And your kids are getting older, so they're eating more than they ate 2 years ago.
Right.
Oh shit.
Right.
Who's got the Vaseline? Because you're getting fucked. Joe Biden ain't said shit about inflation. He ain't said shit about freezing grocery stores and any type of store that is meant for like family usage. They should have to freeze their prices. And then you subsidize those motherfuckers and make sure that because they're cheating people. Grocery outlets are cheating people. And he knows it. And you want to still send out them same monetary benefits where people are going to get less. How they going to feed their family with less? They already subsidized.
Right.
They were going and cut that milk today with a little water. But it's already powdered milk. Like, what the fuck? Really?
I stopped drinking milk though a while ago.
Yeah, so did a lot of kids.
That was all propaganda. Milk doesn't make you stronger, make you grow, and all that other stuff. That was that bullshit.
If you can prove that you have under 18-year-old children in your household, which anybody should be able to prove if they, all that shit should be on our IDs now, like how many dependents you have. And I'm talking about legal dependents. I'm not talking about the motherfuckers be claiming the motherfuckers on their taxes. Real dependents. So if you show you have 2 dependents and that's what you're getting benefits for, you should be able to show that and walk in from, non-dairy, Fairlife, lactate, powder milk. I don't care. Because that shit's for your kids, and you need that, and your kids need that to grow. I mean, I think the bone thing is pretty conclusive. I don't know about all the other stuff, but I think the calcium in milk helps with bone structure, but I don't know about all the other stuff.
Maybe it does. Either way, I don't.
But I don't think it has to be dairy. Hell, you can have calcium and mix it in. Just mix it in a milk. Mix it in a mix.
Mm-hmm.
Powdered milk doesn't come from a cow. It comes from a laboratory.
Right.
So why couldn't you add calcium to powdered milk? Now you're bypassing the cow altogether with the milk.
Mm-hmm.
Now cows are still used for. Are
Meat.
cows used more for milk than they are for meat?
I wouldn't know.
Why?
Cause that's not my field. That's not my field of expertise. I just eat the beef when it shows up.
Okay, he said leafy greens have a lot more calcium. So leafy greens have cows just eat a lot of grass, leafy green. Okay. So that makes sense then. So what comes out of a cow is what went in a cow. Because I heard somebody say something one time. They said all animals eat in the jungle, in the wilderness, is green shit. And they're the strongest individuals on earth, like silverback gorillas and elephants, and all they eat is shit that's out in the wilderness, right? So why wouldn't humans just eat shit that's comes from gardens? Why would we eat animal shit? Like animals don't eat meat like that.
Well, if we eat
It's not
them,
readily available like that.
if we're eating them, essentially we're eating that as well.
This is very true. But what if we're eating GMO meat? You've seen them chicken farms where the chicken ain't got no head?
Well, we are eating that too. Pasalac,
So
refried rice, gutter oil. Yeah, is that as well? Is that too?
if we're there,
Organic food and vegan food is expensive too, though. So that's a factor.
if you a poor vegan right now, you going through it. Because prices have went up on all the shit. And if you poor, it's hard to buy that shit from Whole Foods and shit.
Right. I ain't go to Whole Foods or buy nothing.
Lions only live 9 to 13 years. I didn't know that. They do all that shit they do in 9 to 13 years.
I don't know, man.
Norman says he thinks they use more for milk than meat. And then after a cow is done milking, they don't kill that cow for meat, right? They just slaughter that cow.
Says lions that live in captivity live to an average age of 25 years old, while the life expectancy of a lion living in the wild is only from 12 to 16 years.
So y'all right there all around it. So you put them in the zoo, they live longer. Because they living better. They getting fed right. And
I don't know about that. I will argue that's not really their natural habitat. Like, even though they're living longer, that doesn't mean their quality of life is better. Lions are hunters, especially mainly the women, but they're not in their natural habitat, so they're in a controlled environment. So they're not doing anything that's like to that's like instinctual to them. Those animals are instinctual. All animals are, so
do you
they're
think
in a
they fix
controlled
the
environment.
lions and shit so they don't fucking have babies?
Say what?
You think they fix the lions so they don't fucking have babies? But doesn't that kind
I
of fuck
think
up
that
the zoo? That fucks up the zoo if you got like a couple lions on on the exhibit, and then they start fucking and they start having babies. Where do you put those baby lions?
I think that they definitely have a yeah, they control the reproduction of them, yeah, after a certain point, I'm sure, yeah. Now, is that natural to lions? No. Which is why I don't think that's like good for them, even if they live 25 years or what,
And
10 more years longer in captivity. I don't support that.
if they cut that shit, does that like make them, because they made them sterile? Does that cut their libido? Because like a
I
lion that
don't
has
know.
been but a lion that's been clipped, does he even want to fuck anymore?
I don't know, man. I don't know.
I mean, if I got clipped and it wasn't voluntary, I wouldn't want to fuck no more.
How do you know that though? You've never been clipped.
I got a feeling I wouldn't like it.
You saying you wouldn't like it? I'm sure you wouldn't like it, but you say you wouldn't want to fuck no more.
Nah, cause it
So
ain't
you
no
feel
nut coming out
defeated or
no more.
something? Would you
Huh?
feel defeated?
Yeah, cause there ain't no nut coming out no more.
So guys who get clipped, they get the vasectomy. I'm sure they still have sex.
Sure, but there ain't no nut coming out.
That's like a natural biological thing to want to procreate and reproduce.
Hey, when I grunt, I want
Or
something to
just
come
the
out.
animalistic act of sex in itself is natural.
Growl.
Believe it or not, you
Motherfucker,
know.
if a motherfucker get clipped, you ain't got nothing to live for. What the fuck are you saying when you nut?
Listen, what are you talking about? Yo, you going somewhere else. This is, oh
I
man.
mean,
Kids,
when you nut
you a
and you
kid,
already know
get the
your
fuck
nut
out of
is not
here. We going somewhere else. Where we
when you
going?
hey, let me tell you something.
Where we
You're
going on Freedman Media? Where we
you're
going on Freedman
fugazi,
on
you're
Fire?
you fugazi up there if you're acting like, because you can be like, if you ain't been clipped, you be like, oh, I'm about to bust this nut. But if you had a vasectomy, you're not about to bust a nut. You're about to drop some fluid that's not fruitful or nutritious at all.
So you all gonna bust a nut. You just not gonna get a woman pregnant. Just shooting blanks. I'm just guessing. I never gotten clipped.
You have a vasectomy, you don't nut anymore. You just secrete.
Uh, is that mine?
It's not
Hold on.
mine. Yeah, I wouldn't want to live after that. Absolutely. Zoos are definitely to make money. The animals that eat meat the most live die the fastest. Okay.
So yeah, we back to what's this? What's good? We back to lion, tigers, and vasectomies.
All I'm saying is, I feel like my ambition would be lost if I had one. I know there might be some people out there that live really fruitful lives, no pun intended, but for me,
Think so?
I don't see it. I don't feel it.
I think they might want to be even more reckless now that they know they can't have children.
Yeah, but you still shouldn't be going up in there raw. You don't know what's laying in them walls.
Just get tested, Then you
Fuck
just
all that, man. I ain't be walking around no goddamn paperwork.
get tested, and you go in from there. Take it from there. Simple.
Magnum thins, please. I'll be right back.
Or you just say YOLO.
All right, YOLO.
You just say
Got that
YOLO.
right.
Say YOLO and go raw anyway.
You got that right, YOLO.
Go YOLO. You say YOLO and go in anyway. Fuck it. Raw.
I'm not even living that life. I'm not even
This is
living that.
all. This is all hypothetical anyway.
Sure,
Neither
absolutely.
one of us is clipped, but you already have children. So that
Yeah, I'm
desire
I'm
for more
done.
children is probably done is gone anyway.
Huh?
That desire you already had children, so that desire for more children is already gone. Happy
Yeah,
Father's Day,
yeah.
sir.
Not
Happy
even there.
Father's Day.
And I'm still fertile, and that's a crazy thing. So I need to stay away.
Right, that's the difference. Men and women are not the same. You can still be, you know, having babies, whereas women they
No,
have that biological
I
clock.
I I can produce. We're not. I can't still be having babies. Oh fuck no.
You could. You say you still fertile. Or I don't know if you fertile. I would say more like virile. It's different, you know. You're not like receiving. I'll say you're not
Not
receiving.
happening.
You're more virile than you're not fertile. Women are fertile. You're more virile. Is what
Viral, is
you
that
mean?
it? Okay, viral.
Yeah. Hmm.
Whatever I am, my nut is activated.
God, show's over. This show's over.
I'm not writing a death certificate because I'm 52. I know a lot of motherfuckers have written a death certificate because they're 52. I shouldn't even be in this bitch. So that's why I'm like, fuck all that bullshit.
I mean, 50,
What is what
50.
is?
It's like middle age. You shouldn't be writing no death certificate at middle age.
Bro, I'm sitting right between my stepfather and my mom. My stepfather died at 51. And my mother died at 57. So I'm
Hmm.
like right there in the middle. My father lived till 67, but it wasn't no real quality. He was sick most of them years.
Wow.
So, it was what it was.
May all of those freemen rest in power, paradise and peace.
Yes.
But yeah, did you see that AB 3121 shit?
Yeah. With Narc on there,
Yeah. People talk about Ashe and all this bullshit.
them hoe ass bitches, them hoe ass bitches Narc, dog. They about to try to fuck this game up.
Mm-hmm.
So I wanted to go down that lane with you earlier. The people that think they deserve something, but they don't have any proof of anybody in their family being on this soil while chattel slavery was going on. What do we do with them?
We do with them what we've been doing. We show them that this justice claim is not for them.
But they got
We
them on the
welcome
boards. They
we
got them in the
welcome
damn.
I'll say this, we welcome anybody who feel they have a justice claim against the United States government, but that justice claim is not included with freedmen reparations.
So
It's not attached to this. So they get as Tone Tit says, the gate is up. We got the political barriers up. They're excluded from this justice claim. And this is not just slavery reparations. 1776 all the way to present day for the freedmen population, which is the majority of black people in this country. I'm sure I know that makes sense to you, but hopefully, well, it makes sense to other people too, because I'm speaking very clear, concise, simple English.
when they say they don't understand what you're saying, they're full of shit.
I agree.
Because it's all broken down very specifically. And if you know your people are around here in 1776, then get the fuck out of here.
Mm-hmm.
Period.
Mm-hmm. And to avoid the $5 freedmen, we also have to
Right.
be self. There's the lineage standard. You have to have one ancestor
Right.
who was enslaved on the 1870 census, or not just the 1870 census. I have proof of my ancestors being in the Freedmen Bank records, the Freedmen Saving records. There's other people that I know who have proof of them, of their family being on the slave plantations here, and they actually know the white people who enslaved them, or their
Mm-hmm.
ancestors who enslaved them. So there's multiple references for proof. So that's the lineage standard, and you also have to classify yourself as, if you're classified as black, African American, Negro, Afro American. 12 years prior to the study of reparations, the commission of reparations, whatever comes first. That'll avoid those $5 freedmen.
Sister Shanna, Sister Shannon is on point with that because Sister Shirley, I saw a video
Shirley
with
Weber, Dr.
her,
Weber.
and I don't know if it was an older video, if it was more recent, but she has made it very, very clear. And when nobody doubts her or not or debates her when she says it, and then Chad Brown, and I don't remember actually, I got to go back and watch it and listen to him. But when they make that clear, even when Tariq chimed in, when they make that clear, when they make it clear, there's never a debate to the point that they make. There's only debates. There's only debates to whatever else is on the table. But there's never a debate about that. Like, specifically, it's for this. They want to add in why they should be added, why they should be included. But you weren't here.
Right. Right.
This is just like you go to a movie and you're on your way out, they give you a survey. You walk up and say, hey, I want a survey. They say, hey, did you see the movie? They say, no. Like, you can't have a survey. I'm like, why? Because you needed to see the movie to do the survey because you can't survey what you haven't seen.
Exactly. Exactly.
You
It's a
bitches
requirement.
can't survey what you ain't seen.
Right.
And if you can't survey it, you can't speak on it. If you can't speak on it, sit down, shut the fuck up.
Right.
Your reparations was getting over here.
Black immigrants wasn't coming over here in 1750 by choice.
Period.
Simple. Most black immigrants came after 1965. In particular, 1980.
Well, it was a rush of them over here.
Right. After the civil rights work of freedmen like Martin Luther King Jr.
1980 was a big year for shoe sales. Hold on.
How do you think Rocco's gonna be with?
So yeah, it's that simple.
Yeah.
If both of your parents migrated to the country, then you're not included in the reparations claim. Simple as that. So yeah, when like you were saying, it's very disingenuous when they try to muddy the waters and make the claim. Did you see Lisa Holder? She's talking about how they didn't ask her if she was from Jamaica or Barbados and all this other stuff.
Who's
After
Lisa Holder?
she's one of the members of the task force in California.
Mm.
Now, when she said that, I think she kind of revealed her lineage.
Uh-huh.
Because she said they didn't ask me if I was Jamaican or from Barbados. They discriminated against me because I was black.
Right.
So when she said that, it told me, in my opinion, that she is from Jamaican and Barbados lineage. Which is why she's trying to include everybody, or Caribbeans, or people
Right.
with brown skin.
Right. So that's a problem there. Ketanji Brown is a problem. She's already shown that she's gone against black people who are fighting for equal rights, civil rights, employee rights. She's gone against black people. We now have Loretta Lynch. Interesting name.
Yeah.
Is it Loretta Lynch? Is that her name? Loretta Lynch?
Yeah.
That's going against Brian Flores, who's going against the NFL.
Yep.
Loretta Lynch was with Obama,
Yep.
who was against black people too.
Right.
Um, so you see the ones that are in that tub over there? Is there a lamb tub in front of you? There's a black tub. There's not a black tub on that table. Are you serious? So they're gonna end up having to go in the new one with the small thing. So you see, got the picture. You see how they're not filled all the way. So they're gonna have to untwist them, put them back down in the cone, make sure they're open, and the motherfuckers got to get filled up. You see, but did you see? You see? Okay, yeah. Just undo one. Nah, nah. The ones you did are already mostly sold. You see how much is left? That's left open.
Oh man.
The door. Use gloves. You ain't got none, but use some gloves. Mm. So
You talk about Katanji Jackson?
yeah, the Supreme Court justice.
Mm-hmm.
She gonna be bookends with Uncle Clarence.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what I say about bookends? They're useless.
Of course.
I mean, think about it. Who has bookends in their house anymore? Most shit you look at and read is online.
Right.
Even bookshelves are obsolete, but bookshelves have their own built-in bookends. Nobody really has bookends anymore.
Okay.
Things that hold the books together.
Old school people like you and myself, I would say we do. But yeah, most people I would agree. Nowadays, yeah.
So what the fuck I need a bookend for?
It's a different world. We just go on the internet and read or audio, listen to
She's
the
gonna be
audio.
she's gonna do absolutely zero for black people by getting nominated or getting appointed.
Right, but some people will celebrate it because she's a black woman. Family, do not let the standard be a black person in position. That's not the standard. There's no point in having a Barack Obama as president if you do absolutely nothing for black people. And then you give him excuses for doing absolutely nothing for black people. What are you celebrating for? All you're really celebrating is a black person who's a president. You're not even celebrating anything substantial or substantive. You're not
Mm-hmm.
celebrating any substance. You're not celebrating any trade school programs for your children to be great workers and get a livable income off of those trade skills.
Right.
You're not celebrating a black president who's in complete control of Department of Justice. So when your black child gets assassinated by a race soldier, consequences can be enacted. You get the civil suit, you get the money, and you get justice as far as that person being in prison for the rest of their life or the death penalty
Mm.
for a hate crime, for a hate crime against you and other people who share your complexion. That's the standard. That's worth a black president. That's something to celebrate.
Right.
There's no point in having a black president who's too afraid to support reparations and cash payments for the freedmen because he's too afraid of what white people will say and white people not liking it. There's always been opposition to justice. Again, that's not an excuse not to grant justice. Abolitionists were very divisive when it came to the abolition of slavery. Did that stop them? No. Karens and Gertrudes were very divisive when it came to the desegregation and integration of black people going into white schools. They were divisive then, they will be divisive now.
And that's why I don't get into the whole CRT thing because I don't really want to hear all that shit. But the motherfuckers that's fighting this shit, they mamas. They mamas was the ones that was spitting at black people going to school.
Exactly.
So they don't want that taught. That's too close.
Right.
Ruby Bridges and them, they still in their 60s.
Right.
This shit ain't that long ago.
Right. They're still alive.
Still alive. Which means the motherfuckers who spat on them are still alive.
Yep.
Probably driving school buses, lunch ladies, all kinds of shit. How was your upbringing? I spat on niggers
Right.
who just wanted to go to school.
Right.
But I'm not racist anymore.
That's a damn lie.
You can't stop being racist like that. I say the only real way to stop a racist from being racist, they had to get this dog shit beat out of them. Then maybe they'll be racist and real quiet. They'll stop all that bold racism. They'll stop sticking their chest out. That's when they go join them little groups, them little secret groups when they come out at night.
They'll still be racist though.
They'll still be racist, but they're not gonna step up to you. They'll step up to you until they get knocked the fuck out, and then they'll become a humble bigot. They're out there. They're around.
I don't know if you can completely stop racism until you destroy the system of white supremacy. But in the meantime, we can circumvent ourselves and empower ourselves and protect us from racism and white supremacy with ownership and control and wealth.
Yeah.
Ownership and control of our politicians, of our neighborhoods, of our institutions that empower us to fight and attack and destroy white supremacy
Mm-hmm.
and all of its systems. For example, when you have a Freedman Bank that's owned and controlled by Freedman consciousness and people like Dr. John Henry Clark and Dr. Francis Cress Wilson or Shannon or Martin Luther King Jr. or the members of BTP, Be the Power. So when you have Freedman Banks and Freedman schools, those are real Freedman schools, independent of the white power structure.
Mm-hmm.
Freedman credit unions, owned and controlled by Freedman consciousness. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Freedman hospitals in our own local communities, owned and controlled and independent of the white power structure. If the Jews can do it, so can we. If the Jews can have synagogues that allow them to empower themselves and organize, so can we.
Mm-hmm.
See what I'm saying? That's something tangible, and that's something that we can attain.
And when they start out talking about that, it shouldn't be just looked at as cash payments. It should absolutely be looked at as cash payments, but not only cash payments.
Right, exactly. That's a trick. That's a trick, man.
But they get us hemmed up talking about cash
Right.
payments, and we lose sight of all the other shit.
Right. We're focusing and prioritizing the reliance on direct cash payments. We have to be clear with that. Direct cash payments. We could talk about everything else, but make sure you give us the money.
Right.
Show me the money.
Right.
Show me the money.
And
show me the money, Jerry Maguire.
The policy and legislation will lay out what is going to be done. So we'll be able to see that in black and white, but nothing speaks louder than you actually cashing out.
Exactly. I don't want to hear none of these lawyers talk about we don't need direct cash payments, because a lot of those people on that panel, and a lot of those people who was calling in are lawyers.
Yes.
So I don't see them working pro bono for their career.
Right.
Are you working pro bono for your career? No, they're not. They're not.
No.
Nor should they. Especially if you worked, you earned it. It's time for you to get paid.
Right.
It's no different for us. Our ancestors cultivated the rice and we picked the cotton. Our wealth and our labor was stolen from us to create America
Right.
and to financially enrich and monetize white people in this white power infrastructure.
Yep.
It's that simple. It's not rocket science. So yes, we will prioritize and highlight direct cash payments. Land grants mean nothing without cash. If you have land, what can you do with the land? You can't even pay people to work the land.
Right.
You're gonna need some type of labor for people to work the land.
Well, they could do what they did from 1619 to 1865.
Well, you know we can't
You
do
can't
that
do that
as
no more?
you
You
know
can't
we
do
can't
that?
do that as freedmen. Come on now. Exactly. So yeah, we will definitely prioritize direct cash payments and we'll figure out the rest. You know? They want you to talk about education and everything else because as soon as you start talking like that, they're gonna drown out direct cash payments. But we're not doing that.
You know, and there's something else too, and I just posted somebody else. I share when I see this stuff, but somebody posted a skilled trades menu of the hourly wages and annual salaries of skilled tradesmen. Certificates you can get a year out of high school.
Mm,
Be making $70,000 to $80,000 before you're 21 years old as a skilled
exactly.
tradesman. But they
So
don't
that's
talk those. They don't talk that shit
right.
up.
Exactly. Right.
Democrats don't talk that shit up because they want those jobs saved for hell people that are not maybe elite, but they need those jobs to go to other people.
Right.
Other people.
Right.
When there's too many of us in those types of fields, oh my goodness. Now you're talking about motherfuckers that are putting bread back into the economy. Now you're talking
Exactly.
about homeowners. Now you're talking about car buyers. Now you're talking about people that are living on the same level as you. They don't want
Hmm.
that. They'd rather have us in subsidized communities and shit, modular home parks and shit,
They rather
apartment
have
complexes,
they rather have us
homeless shit.
they rather have us homeless or empowered by bachelor's degrees that give us debt.
Oh yeah, they give us some college. That's why everybody be talking that shit about financial aid. I'm like, I don't give a fuck that you gonna get your student loan debt taken away. You was never gonna pay that shit anyway. And you're not
Right.
even working in the field you graduated in. Get the fuck out of here.
Exactly. If it's not college for some type of vocational skill, like a doctor, lawyer, or something like that, that degree is useless in the present day economy. Engineering, you know what I mean? Is if it's not those type of degrees, it's useless. And a lot of us have those type of degrees, which is why a lot of us are in debt now. We fell for the flim flam. We were told to graduate and go to college. Now we have debt. And mind you, Biden was supposed to eliminate that debt for everybody, especially black people.
Look,
Did he
man,
do that? Did he do that? Black
I
Democrat voters?
do you
Where
know
is it?
something that's going to help black people the least? Killing student loan debt. That is going to help us the least of anything that could close the racial wealth gap
Right,
and just the American wealth gap.
right.
I can't concern myself with illegals, so illegals are not Americans. Anybody that starts calling illegals Americans, eat a dick. I don't give a fuck if they do vote in the elections. They're voting in the elections with a goddamn fucking voter registration card that's written out in crayon and shit. They're
Right,
not American citizens.
right.
And they should make a motherfucker that's illegal and he gets a driver's license in New York City. They should how you turn what do you turn sideways when you're under 21? And then what do you do when you're 21? You look this way? How do y'all do it? I think under 21, Michigan, I think we turn sideways. Or maybe the license is sideways.
Nah, in all my licenses, I was always looking straight.
So they don't, okay, so they need to make immigrants, turn sideways, and then, so make Americans here, immigrants this way, and when you're an illegal and they give you a driver's license, you should be like this.
That way you.
and put and just
Oh
put your
my
vital
God.
information on your shit, and they just basically gotta just buy it. They don't know if it's you or not. It doesn't matter. You're fucking illegal. So even if it is you, it doesn't matter. You're illegal.
Hmm.
So Americans, immigrants, illegals, driver's license photos for New York City. See, I can solve some shit. They don't want me to jump in politics. I can solve some shit.
Yo, this man Shannon going crazy.
And here's the other thing. So if they're going to allow them to vote in local elections, what I need for them to do, Americans come in and vote in this line on a tile floor. You walk in on a tile floor, and then the illegals, they walk in on a red carpet. I'm trying to be nice here. I'm trying to be nice here. The illegals get to walk in on
Wow.
a red
On
carpet,
a red carpet. Wow.
okay? Because they're voting. They're part of the electoral process, okay? And they get to walk in on the red carpet because they ain't got no fucking shoes.
Mm.
And it's not a regular carpet, it's one of those absorption carpets because they're wet, because they just washed up on the shores of America.
Mm.
And we're gonna let them drip dry all the way up to the ballot box.
Mm. All right. There we go.
They can't use a number 2 pencil because that water that's dripping off their shirt will smear. Give them a Sharpie.
There
They're
we
gonna
go.
steal your Sharpie. Don't worry about it. Your Sharpie gone.
There we go.
They gotta write a whole lot of other shit. They gotta rewrite all the shit on their bags and shit.
There
Because
we
they're
go.
getting shit. If they're in elections, they're gonna have an immigrant wing, and they're gonna give them resources. They're gonna give them bags of food and all kinds of shit to vote in these elections. Democrats are about to fucking pull out the stops for these motherfuckers.
They already have. They already have. And to my knowledge, as far as the Florida immigrant voting or Hispanic vote, by and large, the state of Florida, to my knowledge, votes Republican.
They're allowing immigrants to vote down there too. I
I
mean,
don't know if
illegals,
they. I don't know. I don't know if they allow
not immigrants, illegals.
illegal immigrants to vote in Florida. I can't answer that. But what I'm saying is, Hispanics and other immigrants that vote that are legally allowed to vote down there vote in large majority Republican.
Oh yeah, Democrats are never going to get Florida back. They can forget that. They're never going to get Florida back. But what I'm thinking is, if New York starts this shit with the illegals being able to vote, California's next. You told me that. Basically, New York dictates shit, and California
Yeah,
be soon to follow on a lot of shit.
around the country. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Uh-oh.
To my knowledge, the freedman population in Cali is decreasing. I could be wrong. People from Cali, let me know.
Is that in
Freedman,
Cali, Shannon? They're already
Freedman,
giving them benefits?
Freedman family from Cali, let me know. I
She
think
says
she
they're
was.
already giving them benefits.
Yeah, I think she was responding to when you were saying, when you were saying give them the red carpet and all that.
Yeah.
How they was getting, how they're gonna automatically get benefits.
I
Yeah.
mean, they coming in to vote. They coming in to vote, dog. And they're not even citizens. Where they make an American citizen wait 18 years before we could vote.
Well, the Constitution is the supreme land of the law. So, to my knowledge, that is unconstitutional. So they're amending their own constitution, or amending it to their own convenient benefit.
And that's what they do. That's
I
what
think a
they
lot
do.
of that is due to the ignorance of most Americans, not all of us, but most of us, in our knowledge with politics and the law. Because you also have the state constitution, and then you have the federal constitution, or just the
Right. Hold on.
national constitution.
Did you
Like
take the
every
ones out the
every
bag first?
state in the union has its own state
Take
constitution.
the ones out of the bag first.
So, for example, New
What you
York
said,
State
three rolls?
has its own constitution. Florida has its own constitution. Maine has its own
You get
constitution.
like
South
10 in
Dakota,
that bag.
North
And then you
Dakota, they have their
like,
own
these ones going
specific
in these bags.
constitution.
They all fucked up, right?
And then you have the United States
Okay, so
Constitution.
why don't you try a paper towel? Because you don't want to lick somebody else. I know what you're talking about, like having to relick them. And you don't want to do that. I don't personally. I don't believe he licked them because I think that's why that's why there's so much room because he never licked them. He was like, I don't want to get this in my system. I'm like, you're not going to get it in your system, but he never. I think he just pushed them. But I don't want you. No. So what you can do is just get a paper towel, make it damp,
Mm, interesting.
and then do it with your fingers. Have your
Yup,
fingers wet. Then
absolutely.
fingers would
Salute, Shanna.
your
Salute to you, Shanna. That's a
you
fact.
just do
They already giving them
your
benefits,
thing holds. I mean,
and they definitely do that already in New York State, in New York City.
you're probably not gonna
And
get
we
all that
spoke
done.
about that too.
I think you just need you probably just fill that up. If you can fill that up and get me like
Local voting or
30 of them,
municipal
that'd be
voting.
enough for me to switch because I
Yep.
can't send that out like that.
Now
Not
they're
that
not allowed to vote in the presidential election, but they are
you
allowed
just
to
do one
vote
box. That'll be good.
in the
But then
city
I need to
council
do the other ones,
elections, or
the big ones. Like
assemblies,
no,
state assemblies,
nobody spit up there.
congressional elections, stuff like that.
The king size one.
Which is even more important because those local
Thank you.
elections direct you, or they directly impact you uh, more than the national election of the president. This is dealing with like the city's budget and stuff. Who gets paid minimum wage, or if you increase the minimum wage, stuff like that. So, or the local policing, your local community that you live in. If you live in Brooklyn, if you live in Harlem, this is what directly affects you.
Mm-hmm.
The president has nothing to do with that at all. So yeah,
So are they going to expedite people who are not citizens in other states, do you think, to get them to? Because if you're not a citizen, you can't vote, right?
that's the law.
Do
Well,
people
not in
with
New
green
York.
what I'm asking is, do people with green cards vote? Work visas or whatever? Do they vote?
I don't know. In New York City, you can. As long as you've been here for 30 days, you can show you lived here for 30 days. Yeah.
As long as you got
New
30
York
strong ones
City.
in?
I can only speak on New York. I don't
Right.
know.
Right. What I'm asking is for New
So
York.
in New York, yes. Yes. You can vote in the local elections, yes. Local elections as far as city council, local elections as far as congressional voting, local elections as far as state assembly, stuff like that. But the presidential election, no. The bottom line is when you do things like that, you automatically open that door up. This is the first step. You give somebody an inch, they take light years.
Mm-hmm.
And according to the Constitution, that is illegal. You know what I mean?
Based on citizenship in New York City, not New York State. Okay. So basically, okay. So
Hmm.
right there though,
Yeah.
New York City is the most densely populated area with illegals. When you go up to like Albany and upstate New York,
Oh no.
aren't there less illegals up there?
It's mostly white.
Well, I've been to Albany a couple times. I've actually never been to NYC itself. I've been upstate. I've been to Cooperstown, Albany, and all that shit up in there. But I've never been to NYC. So, but I imagine that the dynamic, racial dynamic, has to be more illegals down south than upstate.
When you say down south, you mean the city, right?
Yeah, ain't New York City below Albany and all that?
Yeah.
Albany's in the north part of New York.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah, New York City is definitely way more immigrants, and upstate like Rochester,
Mm-hmm.
Buffalo, Syracuse,
Mm-hmm.
Clay, New York, Fishkill, um, all that. That's white people.
Mm-hmm.
White people, yeah. Albany, yeah. White people.
So those people aren't concerned about that little illegal shit.
No, they're not. No, no, because they not playing that shit.
Because Hector might come live in one of them little small towns, but they better not see Hector up at the voting booth.
Hector has no reason to want to even live in those little small towns, and like unless Hector is getting a bag like that, I highly doubt it.
He get in the bag like that, he ain't illegal. He got his paperwork right.
Well, there you go. But
Because
Hector,
if
even
Hector call in and be like, hey, I gotta go vote, and they be like, God damn it, you know Hector's illegal, right?
yeah,
He gonna
that
go vote.
the environment and conditions, the political environment and conditions, isn't conducive to Hector out there.
Mm-mm.
It's conducive to Hector in like the Bronx, the Brooklyn, Queens.
But you know one slips through the cracks every now and then.
Yeah, but they those are outliers. They don't count. Most immigrants when they come to New York, they're coming to the city, and I see them all the time, all the time.
Are they arrogant from the outset?
Some of them, yeah. Some of them, yeah.
So they come in broke as fuck and be arrogant?
Yeah, yeah.
Where does that sense of bravado come in at? When you walk in this bitch with one shoe.
Well, they have a government that's funding them.
Mm.
So when you have something to fall back on, then yeah, you're gonna have that type of bravado because you know you're being subsidized. You know, but for the most part, they really stay within like their own tribes of people. You know what I mean? But they're doing it within our neighborhoods, our historically freedmen neighborhoods. You know what I mean? So, for example, in Harlem, it's a lot of African immigrants. Brooklyn is known for like the West Indian, Caribbean immigrants. The Bronx, Hispanics. Staten Island, I'm not too familiar with. I don't really fuck with Staten Island like that. But Queens, there's a lot of Asians in Queens, also Asians in Manhattan. Asians literally have their own community in Manhattan, Chinatown.
So,
And there's Chinatowns all over the country, but we're talking about New York City. Little Korea, Little Italy, Germantown, all that.
all right, okay, and this is what I want to know, and obviously this is why I got to get to New York because I don't know the proximity. Where you got Chinatown, Korean Town, Mexican Town, whatever. How close are all these places to each other? Are they in different parts, or is this all one area of town that I can? If I wanted to just go to different towns, Chinatown, Koreatown, this that town, whatever.
Could I just go to one area? Is it like a big warehouse district or something?
Yeah, it's like damn, I could show you better than I can tell you. But there's like Harlem. Harlem is in Manhattan, but Harlem is like upper Manhattan. Whereas when you think about Manhattan, you mostly think about Times Square or like downtown Manhattan, which is where like the Madison Square Garden is, right there on 35th Street or 34th Street.
What part of town is that?
Manhattan is downtown. That's downtown Manhattan, Midtown.
But I'm saying, is there a Chinatown near that?
I wouldn't really consider that Chinatown, but they have Chinatown like in like further uh it's like further away from that area, you know what I
So
mean?
what I'm asking, okay, what I'm asking is like, okay, Chinatown, Koreatown, this town, that town, right? There's
Mhm.
Madison Square Garden, most popular arena in the world, right?
Mhm.
What town is the closest to Madison Square Garden? Koreatown, Chinatown, Latin Town, Little Italy, you know. What's the closest to Madison Square Garden? Brooklyn, the Bronx? I don't know. I don't know. I want to know what's the closest
China.
Chinatown,
Yeah. Chinatown is like it's in Manhattan as well. Yeah, Chinatown is in Manhattan.
and the garden is in Manhattan.
Yeah.
So a motherfucker could walk out of Chinatown and
Like
walk right to Madison Square Garden, go to a show or a game.
yeah, you could do that. I wouldn't advise you walk, but you could. If you get on a train, it's like that though.
Oh, it's far enough to where I'd have to take the train.
Yeah.
What about a taxi? Well, niggas can't get taxis in New York.
Of course, you can get a taxi.
You ride
Got
taxi?
that.
Black people get picked up in taxi now?
Say what?
I heard black people couldn't get picked up in a taxi in New York.
Yeah, when you're downtown, yeah, it was difficult. It's still
Okay, so how
sometimes
far am
like
I from
that.
downtown in Madison Square Garden?
A long time ago. Say that again.
How far is Madison Square Garden from downtown?
Madison Square Garden is downtown. Think of like when you see Times Square, you can walk from Times Square to Madison Square Garden. It's not far. Like the big screen, the whole area of Times Square. Madison Square Garden is like 10 blocks away from that.
Can you walk from Times Square to Chinatown?
You could walk from anywhere, but I
But
wouldn't.
you said you don't recommend it.
Yeah, I'm not trying to do all that.
Why,
Cause it's
motherfuckers?
it's like it's like districts. You know what I mean? I would have
Well,
to
when you
show
say
you. I
districts,
can
how big
show
is
you
a
better than
district?
say what?
How big is a district?
I would have to show you, but I can show you better than tell you. Cause Chinatown mostly is like the Canal Street area,
Okay.
Manhattan. So they
Canal
have
Street
like
is
the
where everybody
meat
go buy
packing.
their shit.
Yeah, they got like the meat packing district. You got the World Trade Center, um, Chambers Street. Midtown. Um, yeah, Financial District,
Mm-hmm.
Wall Street. You know what I mean? That's like the financial district, obviously.
That's all downtown.
Yeah.
But the district that has the closest ties to downtown is the China district.
What do you mean?
The Chinese. Like
You
who
said
has who has a direct connection to downtown? The Chinese? The Jewish people? Is there a Jewish town?
yeah, they definitely have Jewish communities all over the city, but I would say most of the Jewish communities are in Brooklyn. Hmm
So Brooklyn and Brooklyn isn't close to downtown.
When you get to the Brooklyn Bridge, I guess, like you got five boroughs. So you got Manhattan, you got the Bronx, you got Queens, you got Staten Island, and then you got Brooklyn. Manhattan is like an island. See,
Hmm.
it's literally like an island. I would say probably Brooklyn is like the biggest borough. Bronx is pretty big too, but out of all of the boroughs, I would say Brooklyn is the biggest.
So you need like a day to go through each one of these boroughs.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
All right, I get it. Because I want to see the differences when I do come to New York. I'm probably going to need a week.
Hmm.
I'm probably going to need a week because I want to see some things that probably aren't real, important to certain people, but I want to see some shit.
Yeah, it's hard to explain, but like downtown is like 14th Street and below. Whereas you got Midtown, which I still consider downtown, but it's technically called Midtown, which is like from 34th Street, which is the Madison Square Garden area, to 59th Street. See what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Then you got like what is it? Harlem, which is like
Mm-hmm.
upper. It's like the north part of Manhattan.
Yeah, I want to. I got to take tours. I got to go places where. What the fuck, dude? No, that's not what I want to look at. Oh, that's what I want to do.
Then you got Central Harlem, you got East Harlem, and you got West Harlem. It's like a whole. It's like sections of Harlem. You know.
Okay, so all these
I'm
different
sure
Harlems
maybe
are
it's
there
like
black?
similar to that in Michigan. I don't know, but that's how it is in like Manhattan. And this is all the borough of Manhattan, by the way. We haven't even gotten into Brooklyn or Queens, which I'm really not familiar with those. I have like little knowledge on those places, but I'm more familiar with Harlem and the Bronx, or Manhattan and the Bronx.
Okay, so Soho.
Yep.
Soho, that's a ritzy place, right?
Yeah, that's a neighborhood in Manhattan. It's lower Manhattan.
Okay, I see Madison Square Garden now. Times Square. I don't see the Apollo Theater yet. Where's the Apollo at?
You're not gonna see the Apollo in like downtown or midtown. The Apollo's in Harlem. It's on 125th.
Oh, I'm down near 42nd Street.
Yeah, that's on 125th between 7th and 8th. 7th Avenue is Adam Clayton Powell Junior Boulevard, and 8th Avenue, which is Frederick Douglass Boulevard.
Sister Shannon said, which part of Harlem is most gentrified now?
All of Harlem is gentrified. All of it. There's no area that's not gentrified.
Really?
Yeah, Harlem is done.
So the Apollo Theater, is that, is that even like an attraction for us anymore?
It is. It's a landmark. Um, but that area has been gentrified. You got a Whole Foods over there on 125th now.
They're
Yeah.
eating healthy over there in 125th.
Al Sharpton is also trying to include another um, gentrification project over on 145th Street, which is very close to where I grew up at on 144th Street. Right there on the corner of 145th and Lenox Avenue, which is Malcolm X Boulevard.
Right.
So he's creating a he's like spearheading a apartment complex for quote unquote affordable housing. But that affordable housing is for like people who make incomes of like $80,000 and up. And most of those apartments are like one bedroom, I believe. So it's not
Yeah,
really for families. Now historically, that is a black neighborhood, Harlem.
right. That area was all
But
families.
you know most black people are they don't make $80,000 of income. So that's the trick of racism, anti-black racism, and white supremacy. Instead of saying, "Oh, black people can't live here," you're gonna go by the income of people, and most white people are able to afford that income of $80,000, and then they'll call it affordable housing to imply that black people can afford it.
Right.
You don't have to say affordable housing for white people.
Right. Right. Now, what's the other word they use there? It's a phrase. It's not affordable housing. It's not low income. It's prorate income rate or income prorated. So a motherfucker can make $100,000 a year, he can stay there. A motherfucker can make $20,000 a year, he can stay there. There's a
Right,
subsidy that comes involved.
right. I know what you're talking about now. I don't know
And
the
as that
term.
motherfucker continues to make more money, they never have to move.
Well,
They
those type of apartments they go off of your income, so that's why you're allowed. Some places they allow you to live there because it's going off your income. So somebody who makes 20,000 can live there as well as someone who makes 100,000.
right.
It's based off of your income.
But if their income starts to go up, their rent just
Exactly.
goes up.
They gotta yeah.
They don't necessarily have to get up because that's what happens when these motherfuckers continue to pay the rent. There's no stipulation to say, oh, you know, unless there's a cap. If there's no cap, that's the thing that fucks a lot of these landlords up because they don't put a cap on. It just says you gotta make this. That motherfucker bubbles and starts making more money. Worst you can do is charge him more rent. Can't kick him out because you didn't have a cap on your income base.
It's definitely the local politicians as a group, but um what the thing is they want to start the cap at somewhere like 80,000. That's a decent amount of money. Someone who makes that income.
Right.
They don't want to start the cap at someone with 20,000, and the people who do make 20,000 will be very few and far in between. They'll have like certain amounts of people who make that money 20,000 in that complex.
Right.
It's
They
not
check
like
annually.
yeah, it's not like the Polo Grounds, which is also in Harlem on 155th Street, which is known as the
Shannon said they check
project.
annually, so that's good. Because I'm thinking to myself, like, damn.
Yeah, it's not like the Polo Grounds, which is the projects where most people have low income,
Wait
and
a
I'm
minute.
talking about low
There's a
income.
project housing place called the Polo Grounds.
Yeah, that's the Rucker Park. You ever heard of the Rucker Park?
I've heard of Rucker Park, but you notice how they always make project housing places sound like they're so palatial?
Palacio, what's that? You used a big ass word. I don't know. What is that?
I ain't fucking with you, dog.
I know what fellatio is, but I don't know what palatial is. What's that?
You don't be going dark on me when I walk away, do you? You can keep talking.
Oh, my bad. I didn't know. I was respecting your platform, you know. But yeah, Harlem is
Whatever.
considered like 110th Street all the way to 155th, which is the Polo Grounds I was talking about. 155th Street is Rucker Park. That's the famous park that a lot of celebrities go to and play basketball.
Right.
And in that section is the projects known as the Polo Grounds, which is where it's real low income housing, mainly for black people, because black people don't have much money.
And what's the criteria to be able to live there?
Um, I'll just say I don't know all the details, but most historically is mostly black people in that neighborhood. I'll say that because
Okay.
I don't know the specific criteria, but that's is run by NYCHA, the New York City Housing Authorities.
So
So that's the city.
that's the city-owned project.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
But most people, like people who's making, six figures, is not living
Right.
in polo grounds.
Right.
You know what I
But
mean?
I knew a brother who made 80 grand and he said he was impoverished. He was
Well,
he
in New
like
York
worked in
City,
like a
that's
huh?
in New York City. It depends on where you at. In New York City, that's like working class.
Yeah,
You
he
can
said
make
he was
six
literally
figures in New York City.
he's like I'm broke out here.
Yeah,
He
like
was
a
living he
hundred
was living
thousand.
somewhere in Manhattan. I can't remember exactly what it was. It was years ago. We were in our 20s. I think our kids were sure babies basically. But
Yeah,
I caught up to him and he would just call, and just see how people were back home. But yeah, he said he was making good money, but it was good money for back here. He's like 80 grand in New York ain't shit. He's like,
right,
you gotta be doing it out here.
right. Like that's you can live okay, decently. If you're not like a person of like lavish luxury or whatever, but that's like considered working class.
And he was probably working, living close to work. So he's probably somewhere in the city. He probably wasn't
Even like a
probably
hundred thousand, you could make a
huh?
100,000. You could make like 100,000 in New York City, like the transit workers
Yeah.
or like city workers. They make you know six figures, but that's still like working class.
But do those people live are they able to live in the city or they gotta live in the
Of course,
burbs?
they living in the city. Most of the essential workers like that, transit is black people. They definitely live in the city. They're not work. They not living in the sub. Not that I know of. Maybe I'm wrong, but I
They ain't
doubt that.
making so
They're
suburban
not living
bread
in
is
the sub.
different.
And they're not coming all the way to from the suburbs. You know what I mean? To work in the
Right.
city.
Huh. Interesting.
Got some Hispanics as well. Got some white people. A lot of white people who are essential workers as well.
You going to the big ones
The
already?
whole demographic here.
Those aren't the big cones. Look, look left. And the cones that over there, your other left. Your other left. I said look left. You look left. Your box over there? That's the big one. I thought you just had tongues. Oh. I was
Good on those? Everything good on those? Yeah. Good. Oh.
Everything going well
Yeah.
with the business.
Yeah, things are everything. New York's a new San Francisco. Can't live without here. Wow. Got to stack them up. Got to stack them up. So one of the things that we got away from as Black people, we kept the family together. You didn't really leave the nest until you were ready to leave the nest.
Okay.
Um,
You want to expand on that?
Hold on one quick second. I'm having to return a text.
All right.
So having business, just handling business. No, I'm actually on my live feed. I'm sorry. Um, if this is the direction that we're going, and we know that they're going to lose the House, they're going to lose the Senate, and probably will lose the election. Will Democrats sit and listen at that point? Or are they going to continue their reckless ways, spiral out of control, totally end up dissolving because all they had to do is say, what y'all need? We spit our claim to them. They cough it up just like they've coughed up everything else. Let's see what's in there. 4 5.
Um, because what if they get close? If they get close, they lose. What I need them to do is get decimated in all of these elections. So they'll have to totally scrap the whole plan. But if they lose and they remain close, they'll think they can come back and win next time, pull some
Okay,
trick
that's what you
bags and
mean.
shit out there. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Instead of just coming with a whole new strategy when you lose, what white people like to do, they were like, we're going to do the same thing, but instead of running the single reverse this time, we're going to run a double reverse. We'll get them this time.
Mm.
What Donald Trump is going to do this time, he's not going to tell anybody shit. Because
Mm.
that's how he lost the goddamn election, by telling the people not to vote early.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, he was telling people don't do that shit, don't go there, because all the mandates and stuff. His people held back. And I think he also had enough people who felt like Biden couldn't beat him because because the motherfucker, he technically without the mail-in ballots and all that shit, he did beat the motherfucker, dog. Biden needed them goddamn mail-in ballots.
Mm. I have my own thoughts about that.
Would you care to expound?
Sure. One of our own presidents, Franklin Delano Roosevelt,
Mm-hmm.
said himself the president is selected, not elected.
Mm-hmm.
So you can interpret that however you like. Which is why I like to focus on local politics more so.
Oh,
I think you're right though, as far as Donald Trump talking a lot and doing
daughter?
too much. I think that
You know you
definitely
up on
played a
those
big,
too.
major role on why Joe Biden was elected. Jim Crow Joe.
Well, we can't get into any who was elected, selected, all that shit. That's all I got blocked the last time.
Oh,
So
really?
that's
Okay.
that's considered misinformation now, and YouTube's looking for the algorithm. So
Are you
I don't want to deal with that
serious?
shit.
Okay, got you.
I already had to go through that whole ban shit. So
Okay.
you got credit cards. This is 170.
Well, I agree with you when you said that Donald Trump did do a lot of talking, and I think that was a major reason why Jim Crow Joe had to be elected.
Sure.
White supremacy can't be overt and outright in its anti-blackness. It has to be more subtle.
Rescue or want to deal with the guardians. Hit me back with the rest of your availability this week. Okay. Let me so I can schedule it out. I appreciate you.
So yeah, when you have somebody like Donald Trump in office, you rile up the masses, including other white people, and you have people take the streets in comparison to someone like Joe Biden, Jim Crow Joe, who, as far as I'm concerned, he's probably even more outright racist than Trump. But
That
because he's
whole
a
lesser of two evils shit, I didn't understand. I'm like,
yeah,
you
but
motherfuckers don't even look at Donald Trump as a racist because Donald Trump was an entertainer to y'all. He entertained y'all. And his
well,
racism wasn't out because when he was usually saw him, he was always in a happy mode. He was coked up and drunk and shit and at a professional fight or some type of professional event. Then they allowed the motherfucker to get on TV. Then he started acting a fool on TV. And I'm thinking to myself, you motherfuckers didn't, he was not a serious person in your life. Now you got to take him serious.
mm,
Is that
okay,
me?
nah, that's not you.
Okay. So,
Well, I think most of us definitely see him as a racist, but I think I know what you mean as far as like when you really think about him initially, you thought about him as what's that, The Apprentice or some shit?
yeah,
What's
but see,
that
I knew
show?
Donald Trump so far along before The Apprentice.
You know, I knew about Donald Trump in the
Look at him
'80s,
in that
and I
vein.
hated Donald Trump in the '80s.
Yeah,
So
he has a whole history himself of
yeah,
anti-blackness.
any motherfucker that can tank a football league, I don't like him. He single-handedly tanked a football
He was
league.
all about that money for that. What was
Yeah, I
that, the
get it,
UFL?
but they got nothing at the end, which was dumb because he thought he had a bigger dick than the NFL.
For a time, he did. Short period of time.
They were making money, but they weren't making NFL money.
A
USFL
little
never
wave.
made NFL money.
It's a little wave. A fit.
Yeah,
A fad.
them motherfuckers was playing in the NFL stadiums. If that ain't some little brother shit, wasn't like they came out and had a whole bunch of USFL stadiums made. No, some of them were playing in NFL stadiums. Some of them were playing in high school stadiums. Shit.
Fair
Some
enough.
USFL teams just flat out sucked.
Fair enough. So yeah, what was your question? You was asking. Will they just completely stand 10 toes down?
I appreciate you. Okay, yeah, absolutely.
Was that what you was asking? Will the Democrats just stand 10 toes down even without giving their black voters anything in return for their vote? What
They
was your
seem
question?
pretty much like they're going to make this run. The only last ditch efforts that I think that they have here are this another attempt at this HR 40 thing and propping up no power having black folks. That's how
Okay.
they think they're going to stay in our good graces. They're going to keep propping up people that look like us that aren't going to advocate for us and can't do anything for us.
Hmm.
And then they're also going to keep putting out the symbolic shit. We
Right.
probably gonna catch the George Floyd policing bill somewhere here in the middle part of the year.
But even if we do, at this point, like they've watered it down. Like even in New York City, we have a George Floyd bill or
Yeah.
whatever, but it's only for excessive force in search and seizure, and it's only for the NYPD. No other
Oh, great.
officials, government
I probably
officials
won't
like
be able to get there
teachers or anybody
today,
else.
but what time do you guys open in the morning? I'll be there shortly after you. Well, probably about 10:30 because I actually have to make a run. So probably about 10:30, I'll be there to get it. How many came in? Okay, I'm going to take all three of those. I appreciate you. Thank you. Bye bye.
Hmm.
All right, dog.
So
So
yeah, even with the George Floyd bill that's been passed here in New York City, is still a lot of
they passed one
ambiguity.
there.
Yeah, but it's trash.
It still got qualified immunity in it.
Only for certain things like search and seizure and excessive force.
What about
And that can
murders?
be no. And that can be like they can be like, oh, he had a gun, so I had to use excessive force. You see, it's very like vague and ambiguous.
So
And
nothing. So
it's
nothing's
only
different
and
then.
it's only for the NYPD. It's not for like teachers who could commit a hate crime. It's not for any other
Absolutely.
government official. It's only for NYPD. So, for example, it's only for them, not a teacher who commits a hate crime against a black child.
What about you mean like NYPD itself? So what about like smaller cities that have their own little police departments? Not for them.
Well, this is New York City. What other smaller cities you talking about?
So like the little communities, maybe New York is different. Maybe NYPD covers all of that shit. Like so like
In
Queens
the
doesn't have
city,
its
yeah.
own police department. Like Brooklyn doesn't have its own police department.
No, it's all NYPD.
So like Staten Island got their own police department.
Yeah, it's all NYPD. It's all
That's all
NYPD.
NYPD.
Yeah.
So them blue cars is
So when you
everywhere.
press 911,
Yeah.
NYPD is showing up.
no matter
everywhere
what,
across the
NYPD.
city. Yeah, everywhere across the city.
New York. Okay. So I thought the little cities had their own little police departments. I
No,
got you.
no.
All
The point
NYPD.
is, the point is, if a NYPD officer falsifies a police report, he is protected by qualified immunity.
What?
See what I'm saying? Yes, that's the point.
Okay. So they just playing
So
games.
basically, qualified immunity is meaningless here in New York City
Yeah,
because
they just playing games.
there's loopholes in it, as opposed to I think it's like two states. Forgot what was the two states, but there's only like two states that fully covers the qualified immunity where if you do something wrong, that's your ass. I think it's like Colorado. I forgot what the other two states are.
Well, if it's Colorado, we need to get him on Elijah McClain's killer.
I'm not sure. I'm not even going to say the states because I don't know. I forgot. But as far as New York City, no. Qualified immunity is trash.
Wow. And they know that they can't pass an adequate policing bill with that shit in there. They know this, and they just leave it in there. And what did that motherfucker say? Like, some bread is better than no bread. No, it's not.
Right, 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 right.
If I order rye bread and you come giving me white bread, I'm gonna tell you to kiss my ass, bitch,
Mm-hmm.
and bring me my rye. I don't want white bread.
Mm-hmm.
You just said some bread is better than no bread. Some meat better than no meat. What?
Right, so it says right here, New York City only bans qualified immunity for unreasonable searches and seizures. So you see that's a trick bag right there. Unreasonable searches and seizures. That's open for interpretation. That's
I was going to
subject.
say, unreasonable. The reasonable behavior is in the eye of the beholder. And who's the beholder? His
The police.
partner?
I have the
Is his
beholder.
webcam on? That means them
Yeah.
motherfuckers need to wear their webcams 24/7.
Even with
Webcams
that,
should never go off.
right.
As soon as they get out of that police car, we need to hear what's going on. The
Hmm.
only time they should be allowed to cut that off is when they go to the bathroom.
So yeah, so racial profiling accusations wouldn't be included in this qualified immunity in New York City. You see what I'm saying?
They gaming.
Unreasonable. Yeah, unreasonable searches and seizures and excessive force is the only thing that they qualified or they added into the qualified immunity.
That unreasonable is a motherfucking trick bag.
Yeah, that's the game.
Unreasonable searches and seizures. The fact that you searching and seizing me, yeah, I find it to be unreasonable. I mean, they have motherfuckers that steal computers from office buildings, and they will surround their houses with guns drawn. This motherfucker stole computers. Why do you need to take him down with weaponry? The worst thing you can do to a motherfucker who's a fucking computer geek is cut the power off on his house.
Hmm.
Literally, I mean, they're showing up at places, people's homes, not even white collar crimes.
Hmm.
Some kid was accused of stealing gym shoes or something. They showed up at his house with a fucking ridiculous search warrant,
Was this in
battering
Michigan?
it over gym shoes. No,
Was
I
this
wasn't
in
in
Michigan?
Michigan. I was just wondering one of the podcasts I was watching.
Oh wow.
I mean, it's the shit that's going on out here with these police. They're just doing anything, and there's no repercussions. There's no repercussions, which lets you know this all has to do with qualified immunity. They can talk to us any kind of way they want to without any type of repercussions. Laws are written differently for them. Nope. Yeah, he gonna put in stop and frisk. That's coming.
Oh yeah,
Stop and frisk is about to be a thing again in New York City.
Eric Adams is a cop.
He's also the Black Joe Biden. When he said that shit, I was done with him that day. I didn't know anything about his policing career. When he said I'm the Black Joe Biden, I'm like, damn.
Yeah, that's what he said.
I'm like, really? You aspired to be that? I
Yeah, he
was
said a
done with
lot
him.
of nonsense. He was very disrespectful recently to the labor class of New York City, which is really
Mm-hmm.
stupid. Or the
I mean, the
working class.
service industry in New York City is a huge population of
Yeah,
people.
which is includes like a whole bunch of white people, Hispanics, black people, Asians, and he just completely shitted on all of them in New
The
York City,
grunts of your town, the very grunts of your town that keep your
which is
town
the
churning, you shit on them.
which is the backbone of this city, really. Got the labor force, the backbone of the city, the essential workers.
Right. So sanitation and all that type of stuff, is that still mainly city or is that all mafia now and like all contracted out?
I'll say that's the city.
Okay. So can you still make a living as a garbage man and raise your family?
Yeah,
You can make a living on a sanitation worker's wage.
yeah, I know some sanitation workers. Yeah,
There's ones here. They're with the
mainly
waste
because they
management.
get mainly because they get great benefits.
Yeah, waste
Like
management guy
full.
told me he hasn't been under six figures in like 5 years because he picks up routes and he basically caters the route to the way he likes to do the route.
Hmm.
And so he'll work longer shifts. So he catches all this overtime that's just natural work time. So
I'll
he
say
works like
that's
55 hours, I think he said. I think it's 55 hours a week, but he's like, it's nothing.
yeah. Sanitation workers is probably the best kept secret in the city as far as working class jobs. Honestly, they really work like maybe 3 4 hours a day. The rest they just
Yeah.
playing cards and poker and shit. But
Don't be
like when it's
snitching,
like
dog.
winter
Don't be snitching,
time, but I mean when it's like winter time or snow, that's when they really get put to work.
Now, are those guys the same guys that do the snow? Are
Yeah,
sanitation workers, do they turn into plow guys or is that a whole different division?
yeah.
Same people? Garbage people are the same people as the plow the snow?
Hmm.
Okay. I don't know. I've never been in that space. Gotta grab a water. Hold on. Well, brother, I don't know how long we've been on here, but we've just been having an organic conversation just live. Shayna's been chipping in info. Everybody else has kind of let us go, I guess. I'm sure Free is in here because she's been giving me text here since the beginning. But I got to go back to my title. So if somebody's catching this at the end, yes, we did talk about what drinking fountain did your grandma and grandpa drink from because it matters.
Hmm.
We're not sitting up here making any excuses for anybody. We don't want nobody to make any excuses for us. But if we're supposed to be here, we know what drinking fountain our grandparents drank from.
Hmm.
But if y'all came in here after 1870, that's okay. I just need to know what drinking fountain did y'all drink from? And what color do you claim?
Right.
Because if you drank from the colored drinking fountain, what color were you in 1955? If you drank from the white fountain, what part of Europe did you come from?
Hmm.
If you don't want to divulge or can't divulge any of that, you should probably stay quiet in these discussions.
Isn't that usually what happens when Tariq is on those Twitter spaces? Because I've listened to a lot of those, and he just kind of goes in on them.
The
They
shutdown
usually
is
like they're usually like, oh, that really doesn't matter where I'm from or where my where
when they
my
get to
family is
saying, "Oh,
from.
that doesn't matter," but no, you can't
Yeah,
say
that's
that. You can't
irrelevant.
include
Yeah,
that. Wait a minute. You come hard, and then all of a sudden, no, you can't use that. What do you mean you can't use that? That's the proof.
yeah. We need a frame of reference of your perspective and where you're coming from.
We are in the Constitution as freedmen. Who else in there?
Right,
There's nobody else in there. There's no freedmen, comma, Asians, comma, Hispanics, comma, Indians, comma,
right.
freedmen. Why is there an issue with the money? But anybody else that comes over here, or hell, motherfuckers ain't got to come over here. They're trying to give 6.4 billion to Ukraine.
Right.
6.4 billion? Why? Why do they deserve 6.4 billion when you got people over here that don't have shoes? How you giving money away?
So a lot of the citizens, the American citizens, are suffering from homelessness. I know Shanna Kim, she's in the chat, and they have a Skid Row section over there in California, and those are American freedmen who are homeless. So how are
Yet we're
non-citizens getting
sending
priority?
billions,
Right? How are they getting
billions,
priority over actual citizens here?
billions.
Yeah.
You have the nerve to send billions of dollars somewhere. And yet we have people that live on the street, not sleep on the street, live on the street.
Hmm.
That's where they work. That's where they sleep. They're on the street. How do we have a homeless issue, but we are giving up billions of dollars to another country?
I
How's that
guess
possible?
I guess what we're doing to work on that though, as far as solutions being involved to these problems is recently in New York, I don't know if I spoke about this, but the Asian community has disaggregated that broad Asian classification and they're getting into Chinese Americans, Korean Americans, Japanese Americans. So what we've been doing here with organizations is disaggregating blackness because blackness is very vague. We got all different types of group of black people in this country. As far as continental Africans, West Indian, Jamaicans, Haitians. So we're working on getting freedmen on the New York census. That way it's very specific. You can't confuse that with the African from Nigeria.
Right.
So yeah, that will be one of the solutions to what we're trying to do. At least on a local level.
Well, it's got to start there. People have to start to think locally because everybody gets caught up in the federal politics and the federal elections.
Hmm.
But if you didn't make an impact in your local elections, you're not going to make an impact in your federal elections.
I agree.
And if you don't have people that are advocating for you on your local side, you're you're federally fucked anyway.
Agreed. How long we been on? It's been a while, haven't we?
Bro, I ain't even look. Hold on, let me see if I can look on another device.
Can you even look now with this new update on here?
No, half the update sucks.
Damn. So they got an update which made it worse than before.
Yep.
So the upgrade was really a downgrade.
Shows we've been on here. This says 4 hours. I ain't been on here no 4 hours, I know.
When we get on, we just talk.
It says 4 hours.
Talk about the Freeman experience. So, we vibe. But yeah, it's probably about that time, man.
I'm gonna look on Facebook. Hold on one second. If I've been on here 4 hours, well, I know I gotta go. I'm
You've been on
almost.
here longer than me, so
I feel like OG. Oh my God, it says 4:09. I done did some shit. 4 hours. Shannon just said 4 hours. Damn.
we could
I'm
go
like
longer.
old Pharaoh up in here. That motherfucker, he'll
Good
get out,
content.
he'll go cook some food and shit and come back. He be making his smoothies and shit online. He like, whatever. But then he gets into his topic, but it should be like 3-4 hours sometimes. And I'll be sitting there watching all of it. Not young Pharaoh, old Pharaoh.
Got you.
Yeah.
Some woman gave young Pharaoh, the smoke.
Get the fuck out of here. Oh, my fault. Say again.
Yeah, some woman gave young Pharaoh the smoke the other day on
Oh my
Stormy
God.
Roll.
That was some of the funniest shit.
Shit was great.
That was some of the funny, but see, he done got too fucking weird, dude.
He got out of there too.
Yeah. He vamoosed.
He got out of there.
I thought I had that clip. I don't have that clip. That shit
She
was
did it
hilarious.
perfectly too.
That shit was hilarious. That's the top, not the bottom. So, yeah, man. I guess 4 hours is long enough.
Yeah, I'll be available tomorrow too. These are like the best days for
I
me.
know motherfuckers be like, man, I'm staying away from Haps tomorrow. These motherfuckers coming back tomorrow. We ain't coming back over here for 4 hours and shit.
What is it like? It's like that.
Nah, we call love, man. We call love and shit, But my thing is, all I'm trying to do is make sure we keep this Freeman message going. And I
Of
just really
course.
came on here just to see what was popping. I didn't get on fan base or nothing. I got to finalize some stuff on my settings so I can see my video, so I can share the video from fan base. Because I've been working on that. You heard with fan base? You fuck with fan base?
I'm not familiar with that, so I don't even know what that is. Fan base. You know me. I'm not
Back in
really
the
with
day,
that.
there was a recording artist and producer genius named Isaac Hayes. You're too young to really understand who Isaac Hayes is,
Come
probably.
on now, don't disrespect me. I'm older than you, man. Stop that.
Dude, you're 31.
Not even. I'm 58.
Okay.
I know who
So,
Isaac Hayes is. Come on now.
because you
Not
knew
that.
New York Shaft. Okay, I get it.
Well, yeah, he's a part of that. That's probably what he's
He's
most
part of
popular
that
for.
history, part of that. Yeah, so his son started an app called Fanbase,
Okay.
and it's pretty popping. So I got to work on that. I got to work on getting online because Haps got so many damn updates. They update me out the game.
Really?
I mean, it's still a good vessel to send in different directions, but I want to be able to do more, from a content creator standpoint.
Okay.
And they
So it
got me.
still like limits you in some ways.
They definitely limited me.
Well, this is a start, though.
Oh, absolutely,
This is a start.
absolutely. So, but I appreciate y'all coming through.
No doubt.
Free at the beginning there, and Emmanuel at the beginning, and
Hell yeah.
I saw John Ardmore in there, and Sister Shannon always comes through with the info. She be beating me to the topics and shit. I had no idea Prime was gonna come up today, but I just sent the invite out, and he had time.
No doubt, man. I always come
He
through
had
for the
time.
Freeman OG.
You need to
Always
get with your
something
cousins. They need to get a video going. We ain't had to be the power in a minute. We need to be the power.
dope. They had one. What was it last week with the Roy
Well,
Beck?
yeah, yeah.
That was pretty
We need
solid. That was
one.
a
We
good
need,
video.
huh?
That was a good video.
That was a good video. I need them back on their regular 1 to 2 videos a week though. They
Right?
letting
I
too
be
many
telling
content
them that.
creators come in here and they're not up to par.
Listen, man, they know what it is, but they be busy. They making moves.
Yeah, I get it.
So they got I guess less time as far as the content is concerned. But
Right.
I think they using that political knowledge to affect their local neighborhood. This Freeman agenda for the nation.
Absolutely.
So I'll take that.
Absolutely.
I'll definitely take that. But yeah, they'll be black at it,
Bet, 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 bet. All right. Well, tell them everybody's sending them love,
no doubt.
and we'll
They
get
are the
back at it.
best. They the best political YouTube channel.
I let motherfuckers know all the time. I didn't know anything about Freedman's
Best.
status. I had heard of the word,
Mm-hmm.
and I had the general gist of what it was, but until it got broke down, and you know, I've had interactions with all of them and inboxing and whatnot, even talking to Brother Ali on the phone.
Yeah, man.
The
The
main
best.
thing to me is that they were open enough to be able to let me see, because I don't have no problem with learning from people that are younger than me. A lot of old motherfuckers don't like learning from people that are younger than
That's
them.
a fact. That's a whole fact.
But I had no problem with learning from people that are younger than me. If you got some wisdom that I need, I'm coming.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a whole fact.
I'm not gonna be all, I'll talk to that young nigga. I'll talk to that young
Right.
nigga. No.
Or you can't teach me nothing. I'm older than you. Like
Right, that's
that's
some old goofy ass
stupidity.
shit, nigga.
Yeah, that's stupidity.
When you don't know, they know, but then they can't teach you nothing. You goofy, you out the game in the first fucking place.
Yeah. That shows your ignorance and you really ain't as wise as you should be
Right,
for you to be that old. So you just a older. You're not an elder.
right. That's why I said there's a difference between an old motherfucker and an elder.
Exactly.
I know a lot of old motherfuckers,
Oh yeah.
but
But you
I
yourself are an
select my
elder,
elders wisely.
as you should. You yourself is an elder. You're an elder.
I would like to
That's
think
a
so.
status.
I would like to think so.
That's a status.
I give up good game.
Oh yeah.
So it's all good.
But
Prime, take
yeah,
care of yourself.
no doubt, no doubt. Again, salute to BTP, salute to
Absolutely.
Freedman Media, Freedman on Fire. We the best show out here on Haps though. You got the best show out here on Haps. They got the
Appreciate
best
you, dog.
the best show on politics and history on YouTube. So we doing it big. Freedman taking over. Freedman
I
on deck.
have one more thing to add, though. When you go to your civic minded meetings and you guys are working on things and talking policy and legislation, I just want you to remember this. Can you see me? I think you off camera, ain't you?
I see you. No, I'm here.
Okay. You in the dark or something. I don't know what
Yeah.
happened. Just remember this when y'all politicking in New York.
Footsteps in the dark.
That's the three poses: American, immigrant, illegal. And those pictures need to be on not the state
Oh my
ID, the voter
god.
registration card.
Oh my god.
Put the picture on the voter registration card so motherfuckers can categorize when they're getting an illegal vote. And then they'll be able to do the testing of how illegals are voting.
You really went there, huh? You really went there.
I want to know how they voting coming in.
Yeah, that's Darius.
30-day residency.
Remember Darius?
You show that. 30
Huh?
day residency. 30-day residency. You show that. That's it.
You can be here for 30 days and have the same rights that it took me 21 years to get.
Well, centuries.
You can come over here for At 21 years old, you're able to drink, you're able to vote, you're able to drive in 30 days.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's it's amazing that it's even possible. What up, D? It's
Welcome to
amazing
America.
that it's even possible.
Welcome to America. Unfortunately, black immigrants will tell you they've been coming here since 1780 willingly.
I want to see. Show me some passport stamps.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
think there was
yeah,
a little. I think there was a little time where they
yeah.
weren't able to come over here.
Right. Yeah, they wanted to migrate over here into chattel slavery.
Right.
Right.
Like what do they got going on over there in
They
America?
chose that. They
Yeah.
chose that. So yeah, and the ones who didn't choose that and came in 1980 because they have brown skin, they should be included in our reparations.
Right.
You
As I
chose to
wondered, like, what
come.
are you claiming?
You chose to come to a well documented racist country.
Right.
You was like, oh, let me come to America because it's racist. That was your mindset.
Right. Man, go ahead and do your thing. My driver's here for the evening, so we're gonna chop it up, get him on a couple, and stay Freedman.
Always freeman on deck.
For all the freedmen in the chat, appreciate y'all. For all the non-freedmen, we appreciate y'all too. But y'all know what time it is. And if your people aren't from here, get in line. I don't think we really have a problem here. Everybody pretty much understands what's going on here. If they come here, they know how I'm stirring the coffee.
Let's go.
I think about doing a Twitter space based on this too. Where did your grandma and grandpa drink water at in the 50s? And just start up a chat room. Where are your people's bones buried? Think about starting those. When you gonna be all punishment on Twitter? I'm gonna need you at my back.
Listen, I'm banned forever.
Man, build you a new profile.
They got my information. I can't. I definitely wanted to do that, but every time I put in my information, they shut
They
me
gave
down.
you a hard ban.
Yeah, I'm banned forever.
You got to move out of that area. They got your IP address probably too.
Exactly, yo. When I got banned, I'm like, all right, fuck it. Let me
Bam.
start a new one. They said nope, still can't get in. So
You
I was like,
started
all
getting
right.
there like what it say when it sent you the email? We know it's you, nigga.
They said we
They
know
said
it's you, Freeman.
they're like, we know it's you, nigga.
They said we know it's you, Freeman. You adding a one to Freeman don't mean we don't
Right.
know it's
Best regards, Twitter.
you. Best regards. Fuck out of here.
Run fuck out of here. All right, well, we'll figure something else out. But I gotta get some Freeman in the Twitter space. That I'm gonna rock with people who going, but I wanna be in my zone when I'm doing it. So answer coming into the conversation, you can't that's your lead into the conversation. You cannot be in the conversation without answering that question. Uh-oh, connection to Twitter has failed for the following account. Wow. I was going through Twitter. My shit's been on Twitter because Riri Brown's been sharing it, all kinds of shit. Now it's saying my connection to Twitter just failed. Did I get blocked too?
What does that mean?
Damn, did they block you through my shit?
No way. I've been on here before, so it's no way.
How long you been banned?
A long time. Been banned like months ago since last year.
I don't know. I need to go back and see if they put our last video up. They might have you on facial recognition.
Damn. So I gotta come in like this, or like the
Yeah, because
immigrant.
nobody can see you right now. You got to
I
come
gotta
in
I gotta
dark.
come in like the immigrant. Or the illegals. Matter of fact, he
It's the
said the
government.
illegals.
It's the government.
I gotta come. I gotta come in like this, like the illegals.
Hey, man. All I'm saying is, I'll holler at y'all, dog. Then
No
create a
doubt.
new email. Shannon said create a new email and create a new profile.
Yo, I did that. They not ready. Yo, Shanna, I did that. They not fucking with me, yo. They not fucking with me.
Hard band. He had a hard band, dog.
Yeah,
That's
I'm
tough.
done. They got me the fuck out of there. I was going crazy on people. Yo,
They're like, block everything, block everything, block that
I was
whole
going
area.
crazy.
Oh my God. They might have your whole building on Twitter banned. Like, don't let nobody, they're like, he could be in anybody's else's shit. Don't let
Yeah,
nobody on Twitter in that bitch.
they wasn't playing with me. They assassinated me on Twitter. I've been assassinated.
I gotta go check out and see what the fuck happened with this
I got
connection on Twitter.
assassinated. I got assassinated on Twitter.
I think you might have just got me zapped on Twitter.
It's no way. It's no way.
If my next video goes on Twitter and stays up, we'll know it was you.
There's no way that I've been banned. So your other videos are on here.
Yeah, but
I've
we
been
ain't been putting
banned.
Twitter in the air like we've been putting it in the air today.
No
They
way.
took a
Man.
facial recognition of you and they're like, he's on there. He's on there. He's on there now.
But my picture on Twitter is not my face.
They matched up something.
See what I'm saying?
You
I
got
don't
me
have my
canceled.
face.
But do you see it in the chat? Do you see the connection thing in the chat?
What do you
In
mean?
between Shanna's two comments, 4 hours, and then create a new profile? Or do I just see that part?
The connection? What do you mean the connection?
She made a post 4 hours and then made another post, then create a new email and a
Yeah, I
new
see that.
profile.
I see all that. Yeah.
Do you see the word part, the haps part in the middle?
The haps part in the middle? No.
Okay, so I'm gonna screenshot it, but I can't send it to you because I'm live right here now.
Okay. Send it when you
But yeah,
can.
it says IP address tracked. Yeah, you're done. It's the government. It's the government.
The government.
All
The government.
right, I'll holler at y'all.
Government got me.
Done got me knocked. I'm probably fucked up on YouTube too.
There's no way, yo. I'm not
Well,
that.
they done tracked you down. They don't want any parts of you on
I'm
Twitter.
not that big of a person. I'm not that important.
Hey, whatever you did to get blocked for life, you got a Twitter tether. You're done. So yeah, I guarantee that that's what this is. I'm
Well,
gonna
it
go
wouldn't.
live. I'm gonna go live like just in a little bit, just to make sure that I stay up on Twitter. I'm gonna say it's gonna be funny. If
I
I
guess
stay up, this will be hilarious.
it wouldn't help me even if I got back on Twitter because I would go even harder.
Yeah, you don't know no better. I already see you. I already see how you
Yeah,
living.
I would go. I would go even harder. It's not gonna stop me from because I got banned last time. I don't. I'm not like you know what I mean.
Right, right, right.
Not
All
gonna
right,
stop
bro.
the message.
Hey, Lee, I need 5 of those good ones, of the small ones. Yeah, it's one of those packs. That had one of her packs. And reach behind you and grab one of those boxes. No, not you. Re-
All
oh
right,
no, not
Freeman
no.
family,
I gotta.
peace, peace,
No,
OG.
they gotta go in the pre-roll box. All right. See, I'm bad at this, John. I'm bad at this. I need this. Which ones are yours? Which ones have more shit? No, you gave him 5 pre-rolls. I need to put them in here. So it's better for them to come out of here than come out of the individual. You know what I'm saying? You got 2 coming up, D. No problem. Yeah, man. You have to get your internet set up somewhere else because they're tracking your IP address. You're Dunsky over there. You're Dunsky. It's the government. One love.